I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for the City of Highland Park, Illinois, September 29th, 2025. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Center.
Present.
Councilmember Brockman.
Here.
Councilmember Ross.
Here.
Councilmember Tapia.
Present.
Councilmember Littlewer.
Here.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Here.
Mayor Rotary.
Here, we have a quorum and we have a flag. Everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Highland Park City Council has paused at every city council meeting to honor the victims of the October 7th, 2023 attacks in Israel, every meeting since that horrific day. We remember the dozens of people who are still suffering as hostages in Gaza, and we share solidarity with their loved ones here in Highland Park, in Israel, and around the world. As the 2-year mark approaches since that terrible day, we continue to remember them and their families and call for their safe return. I have no appointments this evening. I have no proclamations this evening. We have no other business this evening. We all know why we're here. And with that, I am going to first call for business from the public. And I'm going to pass this over to City Manager Paul Bitska, who will introduce this item, give you some of the details, and then we will be back.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is business from the public. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on a topic that is within the council's purview and jurisdiction, but is not listed in another location on the agenda. If you would like to speak about a matter that is listed on the agenda, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is called, and we will give you an opportunity to speak then. If your matter is on the consent agenda, please let us know if you would like us to remove that matter from the consolidated list so that you can speak about it. Please be aware that business from the public is not intended to be a forum for open dialogue or engagement with members of the City Council. Rather, it is intended as an opportunity to make comments to the City Council. Please do not expect a response from anyone tonight. If appropriate, questions may be directed to the City Manager or other City staff. All comments should be directed to the City Council. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. We request that speakers refrain from throwing objects or using noisemakers, and that the public not applaud or make other comments after any speaker. We ask that everyone be respectful, civil, and non-repetitive.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask everyone to please, at this point, turn off your phones or at least turn off your ringers so we can focus on the matter at hand. Thank you.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Carl Lambrecht. I live in Highland Park since 1970. I just learned that the military housing in in Fort Sheridan is really Highland Park territory, not Highwood, because it has the same zip code as 60035. That's our zip code. And I was up in North Chicago speaking, and the people there are thinking about forming a committee, which can be people from here also, since this housing is not paying any real estate taxes. This is not much difference than the tattoo parlor that was in the train station in Highwood, except it represents between the three locations about $10 million a year in taxes. In 10 years' time, it's $100 million that's missing from our taxing. I suggest that we form a committee to work with the people in North Chicago as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to be heard on an item not on tonight's agenda? Thank you. We'll continue with our scheduled business. Oh, I'm sorry. Please come forward.
This is open time for remarks. I'd be happy.
Not on the Solo Cup consideration. That is on tonight's agenda. This is you're here to speak on that issue?
Oh, so if it's non-solar, we just get a call now.
I know. These microphones aren't great. Let's move them closer. Okay, so we'll hear from you in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll move on to our scheduled business. Item 1 is consideration of a rezoning to RM1 and R7, a preliminary plat of re-subdivision with variations, a special use permit in the nature of preliminary plan development, design review, and modifications from city code related to 1660 and 1700 Old Deerfield Road. Thank you, Director Fontaine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Can everyone hear me well?
Not great.
Okay, let me just adjust this. Tell me if that's better.
That's better.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as Mayor just indicated, we're here this evening to discuss a consideration of a rezoning, preliminary plat, preliminary plan development with design review and modifications from city code for 1660 and 1700 Old Deerfield Road. The applicant is Habitat Company LLC, and the proposed development involves a 28.6 acre site currently zoned I light industrial. The proposal includes 227 townhouse residential dwelling units, grouped within 48 building assemblies, parking under each of those in the first floor. And there's also on-street parking throughout the development itself. There's a clubhouse with a pool amenity, 2 tot lots, a dog run, a private park, and a woodland trail proposed as well. The project does propose work within the city's right-of-way, an expansion of Old Deerfield Road right-of-way to accommodate left-hand turn lanes and on-street parking in front of the police station, essentially maintaining the on-street parking in front of the police station. It also proposes to construct an emergency access for police use only onto Deerfield Road per our request. And includes 12.9 acres of open space consisting of heritage trees, key trees, wetlands, creek, grass area, etc., subject to a conservation easement. The recommendation: the plan and design considered this matter and recommended to approve with conditions the following considerations before City Council this evening. 1, rezoning from I industrial to RM1 and R7, preliminary plat with variations and waivers, preliminary plan development with design review and modifications from city code, an amendment of a covenant that the city holds, and a consideration of a payment in lieu for affordable housing units otherwise required. If appropriate, council should consider and direct staff to draft preliminary approval documents. Commission consideration. The commission considered this item at 6 public hearings, as shown above, from April till September 9th. On September 9th, the commission voted 5-2 to recommend approval with a number of conditions. Public comment for each meeting is included in council's packet. Additional comments were received after posting and have been distributed via email to the city council and will be included in any future packets on this matter. Okay, site context, a 28.6 acre site located in close proximity to the Jewel Osco and former Toys R Us site. It abuts a residential neighborhood to the south and to the west, and the police station is across the street from the main entrance. And to the north is a commercial and industrial area with a number of businesses. This provides just a aerial photography view of the site, as you can see there, and discusses what I just said just a moment ago. Along the east, notably, is the railroad right-of-way, and we have a number of multi-tenant commercial buildings across the railroad right-of-way. To the north, we have an industrial district with commercial uses and buildings, as I had said, and then to the west, public activity, which is the police department across the old Deerfield Road there. To the south and southwest, we have R6 single-family zoning district on Ridge Road, and to the southwest, and a residential neighborhood and consisting of single-family homes and single-family homes abutting the site directly from the south. Proposed site plan now includes 227 units, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but here's just an overview slide depicting the site, its open space, and its proposed built environment. Again, there are 48 assemblies of townhouse homes, which are single-family attached units, with an integrated road network as shown here, and 2 means of access to the site. One from across the street of the police station, the other along the railroad spur, which is a railroad spur road along the railroad. So, council consideration, first, the request to rezone. 3 parts to that, 19.07 acres of land from I light industrial to RM1 medium to high density multifamily residential, 9.12 acres from I to R7 single family and 2 family, and to maintain a 0.41 acre strip of land zoned I along the northern property line abutting the commercial land uses there. Talk a little bit about that in a moment. That's essentially a regulatory buffer. Next consideration is the preliminary plat of re-subdivision with variations and waivers. Third is a special use permit in the nature of a preliminary plan development with modifications. And I want to stress here that this is a preliminary stage of review and approval. Essentially, what the preliminary plan development approval stage is about zoning and about zoning relief and other forms of relief. Final engineering has not yet been provided, but does have to come after a preliminary plan development consideration before any final approvals can occur. Okay, third, so we talked about 3 considerations there. The fourth is an amendment to the city covenant to allow a driveway access on Old Deerfield Road to be 158 feet instead of 200 from the intersection with Ridge Road, and tot lot and walking path within open space along Ridge Road. So those 2 things need to be incorporated or into an amendment of the city covenant that prohibits them. Inclusionary housing plan with payment in lieu. The Housing Commission reviewed this matter and recommended 5-0 to approve an inclusionary housing plan for 35 units with departures and a payment in lieu for 1.2 units. Now, this was a consideration by the Housing Commission in August. before the final, before the latest revision to the site plans were made, which reduced the number of dwelling units further. And so the applicant has applied for and is tentatively scheduled for an October 8th visit back at the Housing Commission to consider a revised inclusionary plan for 34 units and 1.2 units payment in lieu. So in terms of the payment in lieu consideration, it is the same. The units have decreased because the overall number of units have decreased. So the number of affordable units required have decreased. Okay. Request to rezone. As I mentioned, there are three components to that. The 0.41 acres to remain zoned I, which the entire 28 acres is currently zoned I. That small portion along the northern property line is to remain zone I. And that abuts the commercial land uses to the north and essentially is a form of a regulatory buffer whereby the properties to the north would not be affected in terms of the regulatory burdens that would be placed on them had it been zoned differently to one of the RM or RS zoning districts. So that really has to do with setbacks that would be required for any future development in the I district or those northern commercial properties. Okay, so I mentioned that the Plan Commission recommended approval. They had a number of conditions. There are 6 slides of conditions. Some of these are because we're at the preliminary stage, and I know the council has seen a lot of plan developments come through as preliminary and final all at once. We don't actually have very many go through the 2-step process. The applicant requested to do this as the site is an extensive site. The costs of final engineering are considerable and wanted to know what the council thought about the request for relief before engaging in that final engineering work that will come before you before a final approval. So first, in terms of the conditions of approval, obviously, as I just mentioned, final engineering and other drawings and plans is appropriate. And for all the changes on site and to include those on the police property. As I had mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, one of the proposals, as part of the proposal for this redevelopment, the right-of-way of Old Deerfield Road will be expanded, and that would involve part of the police property and also just changes in terms of the lanes and layout and inclusion of sidewalks along the, the right-of-way as well. Second condition here is we need an exhibit with lighting specifications compliant with Article 6 of the zoning code and with a condition that all lighting be 3000 Kelvin color correlated temperature or lower. There was information in the packet that indicated that there was a suggestion from one of the comments that it'd be 2700 near some portions of the site, and we would identify that as part of final plan review. We also need a depiction of where the signs indicating no parking and other traffic and parking related restrictions are to be installed. And what are those? Well, those are important for the emergency access and site circulation. And there are several areas that will have certain restrictions. You've seen this before in other developments recently that have come before you that have been townhouse related as well. We need updated landscaping plans to reflect inventory of all species, their quantity and size. We also need access, safety, adequacy of sight lines for proposed sidewalks at Devonshire, Court, and Ridge Road. This had come up a number of occasions during the public hearing process. The applicant is proposing per Park District suggestion and staff suggestion that there be a crosswalk from the site across to Devonshire because there's a park on Devonshire. So there's this, how do we connect the development to the rest of the city and its amenities? That was seen as something that would be desirable. and would also provide for safety for folks who do want to go to the park. Now, there was concerns about this particular area of roadway and whether or not the sight lines are adequate. And so we're asking for Plan Commission, and I'm sure the council will want to hear about just that through the final plan development before approving that crosswalk. Okay, so applicant is also to provide the following for final plan consideration. Fire hydrant location exhibit. Typically, final plans will have that at that stage. Street name and dwelling unit numbering exhibit. Again, fire department and my office review these matters to make sure that they meet the code and that the street naming and numbering convention provide for ease of access for emergency services, do not overlap with other street names or numbering schemes that might cause confusion upon attempting to respond. We also are looking for a tree preservation plan for preventative treatment for the two-lined chestnut borer. And this is from our city forester. He has particular concerns for the tree numbers here. Those are provided for the applicant's benefit as well as yours, but they are closest to the development where the actual construction will occur. And my understanding from our city forester is that when trees are close to development, even though they are in compliance in terms of distances and all, they can experience some stress. So extra care should be taken and preventative measures taken to ensure their health and safety. We also, as part of the conditions of approval, the Plan Commission sought to have the conservation easement language revised on the plat to incorporate Lake County Stormwater Management Commission comments as appropriate. Those have been provided and will be incorporated. Also, the proposed sidewalk within the right-of-way abutting 1636 Old Deerfield Road, Bluegrass. Restaurant is currently located there, to be located and installed in a way that minimizes the impact to the existing landscaping located within the right-of-way there. So there'll be more information from the applicant this evening about that particular location so that council can understand what's going to be proposed, what's being proposed there in terms of sidewalk connectivity and crosswalks, et cetera. The proposed tot lot nearest to Ridge Road, that's within the Woodland Trail area along Ridge Road that is going to now include a tot lot and a walking path. The Park District had recommended certain guidelines and standards be followed, and those are included here. So that when that's constructed, designed, that they follow those standards. And then importantly, in the last bullet here, that the applicant must obtain a determination of no further remediation from the IEPA in accordance with best practices and state requirements and submit proof at the appropriate timing during construction in accordance with the phasing plan. As you know, this is a reuse of a former industrial site, and all appropriate testing needs to be conducted, and they're going to work with the IEPA. Their funders require it. We're requiring it also as a condition of approval here through the Plan Commission's recommendation. Conditions of approval related to the height of townhomes. So one of the areas of relief that has been requested has to do with the height of the townhomes. The height of the townhomes, the relief sought, it varies depending on where you are in the site because it is a large site and the topography changes. And so what this does is it sets as a limitation for the actual building structures of that they not exceed 42 feet 11 inches from grade adjacent to foundation to the peak of the roof, nor exceed 37 feet 11 inches from grade adjacent to the foundation to the mean distance between the peak of the roof and the eaves. Now, why are we saying those two things? Well, because one is as you see it right in front of the building, if you're standing in front of the building and look up. The other is a zoning related height. And so the zoning related height is what is the operable height for the relief requested. We want to also just make sure that the top of the building, because the zoning height is not measured from the peak, that not change either. So belt and suspenders, this is a recommended condition. Lastly there, that final caret indicates all construction traffic shall use the spur access road running along the railroad only. Okay, so part of a development agreement, we talk about traffic management plans, and that's in all of our development agreements. Just wanted to make explicit and clear here through this process that that is going to be in that development agreement, that understanding and requirement with regard to construction traffic. Okay, conditions of approvals, 5 of 6 revised. Okay, so there are a couple of conditions of approval where the applicant did express an objection. And so I would like to go through those in detail with the council so that we can all understand them and make the appropriate judgment. Okay, so the condition was that a traffic study be conducted upon sufficient occupancy of the proposed development to determine if turn restrictions are needed. And if so, the development shall limit turns as approved by the city at the primary access on Old Deerfield Road to right in and right out only. Okay, the applicant did object to this, stating that during the hearing, he did state that we could not agree to the right in, right out without approval of an easement holder. It's an important part of the development when the act, and I know that the applicant worked hard to make sure that they satisfied all their private requirements as well as the public ones that you're considering tonight. And part of that had to deal with an easement. And they did do that with regard to parking for a particular landowner to the north. And what they had indicated is they can agree to a limited left turnout during certain morning hours during the school year or otherwise, as determined by a traffic study and working with the city staff and their consultants. Staff respectfully agree that the turn limitations, if any, would be required only for hours during which traffic is at issue. So the above condition was written in such a way as to be categorical or involve the entirety of a day. We do concede the point that it would only be, if any, would it be needed during the hours in which traffic was found to be an issue through this subsequent traffic analysis. The second condition of approval that the applicant objected to was that all delivery traffic shall only use the spur access road running along the railroad. Bless you. So this is different than construction traffic. So construction traffic, not objected to. They indicated they'll use the railroad spur. That will be in our development agreement. We'll make sure that that happens. This is about after the development, where delivery traffic will go. So the applicant did object, stating we cannot agree to all delivery traffic to go down the spur road. They were explicit with neighbors about that, and according to the applicant, they seem to be okay. Amazon, FedEx, UPS do not, they don't have any control over that. They do what they want to do, and they find their best way to the site. However, the applicant did say they would instruct landscaping and garbage trucks who go down the spur road. Those folks are under their control, and they can direct them in a different way, because they can say, hey, you're a landscaping company going to serve this property, they'll have an HOA or otherwise direct it, then the landscapers should be coming down here. They'll also be frequenting the site regularly, so they'll know the limitation and all. Amazon, FedEx, and UPS use various drivers, and it's just not a practical condition for them to be able to enforce. So from a staff perspective, we do not object to limiting the condition to trucks associated with landscaping and garbage collection or any other types of deliveries that they're under their control. Those were the two elements of conditions that were objected to by the applicant, and think we could get to a reasonable place on both of them as suggested. Okay, so the development has gone through a deliberative process over the course of 6 public hearings. And so I want to go through just some slides about what changed in summary form. I think that would be very important to understand. There's a lot of hours of meetings that we had at the PDC, and a lot of good participation by by residents, neighbors, commercial and residential alike. So first, density, it's less than allowed by the proposed zoning district, which is an RM1, which is 15 units per acre. The density is at 7.9. The number of units decreased from 262 units at the neighborhood meeting prior to their application. And, staff had, at the early outset, had indicated that they should look at both the site plan in terms of its layout, as well as the number of units to improve upon that. Everybody understood that was a starting point. They did make a reduction prior to their initial application down to 240 units. That was the April 1st meeting at the PDC. Subsequent to that, July 29th PDC meeting, they reduced it further to 232. And then the last hearing, September 9th at the PDC, 227. There are a number of comments about density throughout all 6 of the public hearings. This was a major focus of the application, along with the setbacks and parking/open space. So parking is compliant with zoning. But what was at issue at the Planning Design Commission was open space, green space. How do we, now, setting aside the fact that the site includes a tremendous green buffer around its western and southern border, the commission focused on what about the green space within the built portion of the proposed development. And so the applicant did reduce from 714 to 661 parking spaces per feedback to introduce more green area within the development area proposed. You'll see I have some slides on that to point out some specific areas that were further enhanced. There was additional comments made and they were incorporated as well. And I'll get to that in a moment. In terms of public benefit, during the process, public benefit was expanded to include access to open area along Ridge, additional crosswalks, and on-street parking along the access road easement. So this is parking not for the residents of the development, but rather along the railroad, that access road that goes to Old Deerfield Road. There's a number of business and commercial establishments in that vicinity. There'll be additional parking along that aspect, on that road. Okay, additional changes. So common open space and landscaping. So the common open space was increased from 43.6% of the site to 45% of the site. The site plan changes included interior greening of spaces, including around the community building, sorry for the typo, and several townhome assemblies, which we'll show you in a moment. Throughout the process, an industrial zoning district strip was proposed to remain. The proposal to retain this I district strip of land abutting the northern commercial properties reduces the regulatory impact to those properties to the north, which are currently zoned I. Okay, so let's talk about open space. The open space increased by roughly 15,000 square feet, as mentioned, to 45% of the site. And that's inclusive of the entire site, not just the built portion, but the entire site. So where did this additional green space come from? Not to the west or to the south, where the main portion of it is, but how was the additional space interjected? Well, you could see here on the left, August 26th, Plan Commission site plan. You see a road around the clubhouse and pool amenity in the middle. And you see a park between several building assemblies to the south. That park area was expanded and a tot lot was included, as you can see on the revised site plan side, which is on the right here. Okay. Additional changes to open space or green area. Since September 9th, the final commission hearing, the applicant has removed a street area and replaced with green space between building assemblies RH 22, 24, and 23, as shown here in the southern portion of the proposed development area. You could see down below the original and then above the additional green area. There have been talks about that as well at that last public hearing. Okay, this just provides an overview of all the green area that's been included. Now, this does highlight the green open space, okay? There are trees throughout that are not highlighted on this. We're talking about open space, and the trees that are within that open space are highlighted, but all the other trees in this development are not through this site plan. This is just to accentuate the open space aspects. So you could see where exactly the open space is and where the developed space is. Okay. Additional changes. As I mentioned, there were a number of them throughout the 6 public hearings. And one of the key changes had to do with setbacks. So they changed their development proposal relief request to comply with the zoning code with regard to setbacks. Initially, they had come in requesting relief for setback relief to the north and to the east, which is the railroad to the east, and the north is the commercial area that's currently zoned I. To the north and the east, all setback relief was eliminated. The north setback was increased from 20 to between 50 feet and 72.75 feet. That's the north. To the east, it was increased from 20 feet to 25 feet, eliminating the need for relief in both setbacks. The west and south, those are the sides of the development that abut directly to the south residence and to the west across Ridge Road. Setbacks abutting or across the single-family neighborhoods have been maintained essentially the same throughout the process, and they're more than compliant with zoning. They're compliant with zoning. Initially, they were at 100 feet at its smallest point to 241 at 2 points from the townhouse units to the Ridge Road. Now you could see a little less than a foot or so changed. And to the south, it was initially 212. It's now 210 and change. So that's significant buffers that we talked about. And those buffers include open space, wetlands, and other types of important tree species and other things within them. And again, just to flick back here, the areas I'm talking about are to the west, which is the left, and the south, which is the bottom there. Okay. Okay, so to illustrate further some of the setback changes that were made on the north, a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion, feedback with the commission about the setbacks to the north, which is the commercial properties there. And you could see here, the September 25th site plan shows here, that's the data site plan, 72, almost 73 feet in one area. And that area is going to include what's called the North Dog Park, but will not contain any development in there. I'll have a fence around it. There's some relief associated with that because it's a chain link fence, but we'll get to that in a moment. And then 50 feet, as you could see over in the right-hand side there from the commercial properties to the north. So that was a significant increase and was a real point of discussion and feedback with the commission throughout the public hearing process. As you can see down below, April 1st, when the commission started or opened the public hearing, they're at 20 feet at both of these locations. Okay. Here's just another illustration of the same thing. The one area that is less than the 50 or 72 feet mentioned is the area that is abutting a parking lot. As you can see, there's a notch there of property that kind of protrudes into the area that's proposed to be redeveloped. From the townhomes there, it's 25 feet. So we just point that out. It's compliant. There's no need for a variation. Okay, now to the east, the railroad. You could see here that initial plan on April 1st, 20-foot setback was asking for relief. eliminated that request and now complies at 25 feet from that property line. To the west, just showing again, okay, the pinch point at the top there at Ridge Road is 100 feet. You may recall, and it is mentioned in the packet, and I realize it is an extensive packet that includes 38 or 9 attachments. So I understand, but that's why I accentuate certain things. This area here, the 100-foot, there is a covenant that the city holds that runs down Ridge Road that says that that's supposed to be as it is. Open space, green space, trees are in there, et cetera. And that's 100 feet. And so you could see here that the development proposal is respecting the 1965 covenant in that way with regard to development. And then on the right, you could see that, but that's only for a small portion of that extent along Ridge Road, but for the majority of that area, it's really much more substantial. And here we show just north of Devonshire Court at about 242 roughly. And you can see there also that the top lot that's proposed to be part of that open space and available to the public is located there as well. Okay. To the south, there are residential homes to the south that their backyards abut the property. As you can see at the bottom of the page there, the property line there, their property line is right there. We're looking at a 210 feet or so setback to the nearest home. Okay, now transitioning to the requested relief. I'm going to go through several slides on this, and there's some nuances that I want to point out that are important for you as decision makers. And it involves the public benefit. So public benefits are only required for particular types of relief. And so we've called that out to draw your attention to it because that is a critical part of what is being considered here this evening. So modifications requiring public benefit include maximum height of principal buildings and the maximum height of accessory structures. At this point, those are the only 2 elements of relief that require public benefit. Like I said before, the setback relief has been eliminated. There's been revisions, and these are the only 2. So with regard to that, the principal structures, so we have 41-foot proposed based on zoning code definition, 35 max height is allowed. As for accessory structures, and we're talking about the pool and the clubhouse with the pool amenity here, it's proposed to be 25 feet, and it does meet the definition for accessory structure, and that's limited to 15 feet max. They'd like to do a 25-foot tall clubhouse. Okay, other modifications, variations, and waivers. So those were the elements of relief that required public benefit. These do not, but nonetheless are discretionary approvals and do require relief. And so we'll go through those. First, to allow no loading spaces. Technically, there's a loading space requirement in our code. It doesn't really make sense for this type of development, townhouses. People would move in and out of a townhome. There's no loading space that's practically able to be provided for such kinds of things. So it is that is a technical aspect of relief that is needed and thus included here. Signs. The relief request is to allow 5 ground signs and 9 sign faces for the development. Landscaping requirements. To reduce the foundation planting from a required 5-foot bed to 4 feet in depth bed. Environmentally sensitive areas. Now, the applicant has gone to great lengths to not impact the green areas to the west and the south of the development. However, there is a small area. It's 0.096 acres. So 0.096 acres. Wetland number 1, it's called. There will be an impact there. And that is an element of relief per the plan development consideration of 150-520B. Okay. Another element of relief has to do with the zoning designation. To access commercial or industrial zoning district to a residential zoning district. And so based on the configuration of the properties and its juxtaposition with the existing I zoning district to the north and the proposed redevelopment zoning that will be residential, this aspect of relief is also required. The applicant has indicated that, I apologize. Yikes. Hit the button here. Okay, my apologies, I hit the wrong button. The applicant has indicated that they will comply with the lighting code and will revise the lighting exhibit to show that compliance. So there's no relief there, but I just want to point out that we did not have that information. And so there was a question about whether relief would be needed. And I believe there was for some height aspects of things, but they indicated they will revise those and do not request relief. Okay, requested relief regarding the plat of consolidation subdivision variances and waivers. So as you recall, you have several elements of relief that we talked about at the beginning of the presentation. We've got zoning relief, we have subdivision relief. The plat of consolidation will require relief to allow the woodland trail to serve as a sidewalk and not install sidewalks as required by the subdivision code. Okay, thank you. So along Ridge Road, the green area along Ridge Road does not currently have a sidewalk. The applicant has proposed a woodland trail through the trees that are going to be preserved and the open space preserved out there in lieu of that. So that is a waiver from the requirement. They've also requested a waiver not to bury utility lines in the right-of-way adjacent to the development. Of course, the developer did agree and will bury all new utility lines within the subject site, though, meaning the actual site, but just not the existing ones along the perimeter there. And then 3, the variation to allow a property with more than 4 sides and with intersecting lines not at right angles. Some of this, the configuration of the existing lots are as such, and some of these just cannot be remedied through other land purchase. You got the railroad at an angle. You have a number of angles here that are just not conducive to compliance in this area. So they have to deal with essentially boundaries that follow pre-existing boundaries. And then finally, relief from Chapter 173, which is our fence code, to allow a chain link fence for the dog parks. Okay, as we mentioned at the beginning of the relief requested, there are 2 elements of relief that require public benefit. And so they needed to propose a public benefit as required. So in terms of public benefit, the applicant is going to provide public access easement for ingress and egress over the northeastern spur access road running along the railroad from Richfield Avenue to Old Deerfield Road. On that spur, they are going to also include 12 parking spaces for public use. And that was what I was referring to earlier. They propose to include share roads on Old Deerfield Road and the Spur Access Road. They propose to construct 14 off-street parking spaces in a parking lot for the police department's use located across the street from the police department. As you can see there in the graphic to the right, police department is essentially where the arrow is, that line is pointing from the police department to the parking area in question there, 14 spaces. Okay. Second part of the public benefit, public easement for the tot lot and walking path along Ridge Road, the woodland trail, if you will. Pedestrian crosswalks at Cavell and Richfield, Northrop and Devonshire, and Ridge and Devonshire. Shown here on the right, 2 graphics there. Although not a public benefit per se, retaining open space more than doubles the zoning requirement. And we must admit, though, that does include wetland and environmentally sensitive areas that are required to be protected. But they are, and this is an important aspect of the development. Very little, if any, relief is being requested from that aspect of things. This area includes 11 heritage trees and 60 key trees and 100 plus protected trees at this time. In terms of a recommendation, staff recommend that the council consider the Plan and Design Commission's recommendation to approve with conditions for the following considerations, those 5 considerations, and if appropriate, direct staff to draft preliminary approval documents. That is the end of my presentation, Madam Mayor. The applicant has provided a presentation that they request to provide, but I defer to you on sequence and how you want to go about that aspect of the meeting.
Thank you, Director Fontaine. Let's hear from the applicant.
Okay.
And then I know the council has some questions and comments. Then we'll hear from the public.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent the applicant, the Habitat, an affiliate of the Habitat Company with this matter. I'd like to thank staff for the very thorough presentation, as well as all of their time, diligence, and professionalism over the past year plus that we've been working on this project. You know, I'm telling you nothing that is new to you, but their incredible hard work has been very much appreciated. Are you able to make that full screen or no? So the team that we have here tonight is shown up here on the screen. I'm joined by Zach Zaller and Tom Black from the Habitat Company, which is the developer, as well as representatives from all of our consultants listed, including our traffic consultant, our engineers, civil engineers, architects, and landscape team. Perfect, thank you. Just wanted to note this image on the left-hand side of the screen is Habitat's most recent development, recently completed downtown, which is also notably adjacent to a rail line similar to what we have here. So if you aren't familiar with the Habitat, they were founded in 1971 and have over 50 years of experience in development and property management. They're headquartered in Chicago and have developed over 19,000 units and currently manages approximately 13,000 units with a team of 440 employees. In addition to high-rise buildings like the ones on the right-hand side of this screen and the Cassidy Tire site that was on the preceding slide, they also have experience doing lower density residential development, including the one shown on the left-hand side of this slide, Kinsey Park, which includes townhomes and mid-rise buildings. And here's the subject site shown here. On the left-hand side is when Solo occupied the property from 1960 to 2008. They operated an active plastics manufacturing operation and had approximately 600 employees coming to the site. They closed in 2008 when the existing owner acquired the site in 2012 and demolished the facility. Previously, a much denser residential development was proposed in 2018 by a different developer or contract purchaser that had over 500 units and faced significant pushback from the community. The current owner then came back 2 years ago with a plan that fully complied with the existing I industrial zoning designation. But that plan also faced significant pushback, causing the owner to go to market with the site to identify a buyer proposing something that would be supported, which is how Habitat, the current proposed developer, got involved. The proposal before you has significantly less density than the 2018 proposal, preserves over 10 acres of wetlands and open space, and generates significantly less traffic than the by right industrial project would. We believe it strikes the right balance of avoiding the negative impacts of the previous project and delivering many community and public benefits that we'll detail shortly. As noted by staff, we are going to be seeking an NFR from the IEPA after the applicant closes on the project or property. But Habitat does have extensive experience doing so across its portfolio and 50 plus years of developing in Illinois. We also have ECS, a well-known consultant in this area, on board to help guide through the process. Now, prior to diving into the site plan, I thought it'd be helpful, and it seemed to be helpful to the PDC, to go through some of the drivers for this site layout and show how the team approached the site design. So I'm going to start on the left-hand side of the screen and go counterclockwise, starting in the top right. So the access point location is a function of allowing for appropriate spacing from the Richfield and Deerfield intersection, as well as space for the new turn lane. And that was worked on very closely by our engineering team, as well as the city staff and their consultants, to make sure that we allowed appropriate room in the right of way and distance for that new that new turn lane. There's an existing perpetual parking easement for one of the adjacent neighbors to the north that we need to accommodate going forward. Right below that, we list the public utility easements that exist on 3 sides of the property, as well as that covenant, the 100 setback covenant. Okay, I don't. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Let's just hold it. Perfect. All right. This is the same slide we did at the last PDC hearing, identically the same. So the access point is located to allow for the new left turn lane. There's an existing private parking easement in the upper left-hand corner of the site that we have to preserve and respect. There are public utility easements on 3 sides in a 100-foot setback covenant that was discussed by staff. Shown in the blue line at the bottom is a storm drainage ditch that serves the property as well as other properties. Continuing counterclockwise, the team tried to preserve as much of the wetlands and native heritage trees as possible, most of which are shown in that red section. Of course, there's the railroad on the east and then existing businesses to the north. So that shows the constraints that we were working within when developing the site plan. I'd also just want to note, as I mentioned about the railroad, and I mentioned that Habitat has previously built adjacent to railroads. We have, though, in response to some comments we received through staff from the public, we have already gotten in touch with the Illinois department that oversees railroad crossings, given there is one at the north end of the spur road. Typically, detailed coordination of those crossings and improvements will involve city staff and come at a later point in the project, but we've started those conversations and initiated them now regarding signage or any other changes that may need to occur to that crossing to ensure it remains safe. And then, of course, there are on-site needs that had to be accommodated as far as emergency and fire access, optimizing the layout, providing open space, etc. So here's the resulting site plan. As noted, it's 227 townhomes and 661 parking spaces located in garages and along the private roads. Over 1/3 of the site on the west, along the west and east primarily, is preserved as open space, which is almost 3 times the requirement and situated to maximize the benefit to the surrounding residential community to the west and the south. The townhomes buildings are surrounded by a clubhouse, a rendering of which is shown here. Now, the clubhouse will house the leasing office along with community benefit or amenities, including a pool, party lounge for residents to host activities as well as their friends and family, and then a fitness center that will include a sauna, steam room, and spa. Okay. The clubhouse will have the fitness center as well. And it's critical to making sure that this is a high quality marketable development fitting for Highland Park. Now, as part of our PDC, our 6 meetings before the PDC, the team revised the townhome designs based on feedback from the commission that encouraged us to diversify the architectural detailing. We now have 19 different building types across 48 buildings and 16 different color schemes. This plan in the middle with the little red and green dots also shows where the affordable units will be located, which are interspersed throughout the development and the market rate units. Here's a larger view of the townhome designs, and we have, like I said, our architecture team on hand to answer specific questions on these. So as noted, we are seeking relief from the maximum height, and this was driven by site conditions, which varies across the site going from north to south. The additional height is needed to allow for a product type that aligns with market demands, which include higher 9 and 10-foot ceiling heights to allow for enhanced natural light and livability. These features, along with the amenities I just mentioned in the clubhouse, are critical for this development to be marketed as a top quality development consistent with the overall character of Highland Park. However, the request for increased height is mitigated by generous setbacks and enhanced landscaping previously mentioned. Here's a cross-section showing that site condition I discussed and how height is measured throughout the site, high point, midpoint, and low point. And again, we can go into this in greater detail if it's desired. So as noted by Director Fontaine, we first started this project with a community meeting that was well attended and overall quite positive about a year ago in October 2024. We then worked very closely and made initial changes to the plan, as well as spent quite a bit of time with staff and the reviewing departments and consultants prior to having or initiating the Land Use Commission process in April. Like I said, this underwent a robust review by all city departments, and we've been working to address their comments at every step of the way. And we've made extensive changes that reflect the community feedback. Each step, we've had to go back and do initial study and plans to make sure that the project remains feasible and ready to begin development. That includes 4 decreases to the density, 3 modifications to the proposed parking, given the commission on the one hand thought we had too much parking on site, but neighbors in the surrounding businesses and the police department thought that there needed to be some more and were worried about spillover effects. So we tried to strike that balance. We increased the setbacks, which staff I know mentioned, but that eliminated any requested relief and provided that 50-foot separation to the north industrial buildings. And then the Woodland Trail initially was not going to be open to the public, but the PDC is very clear with us that they thought that was an important public benefit, so we have now accommodated that request. I'll go through some of those changes in the next few slides in more detail. As mentioned, we did agree to provide on the left-hand side additional public parking, approximately 14 spaces that could be used when the police station across the street is low on parking, as well as on the right-hand side, adding, in addition to the public access on that spur road, some parking spaces there that can be used by the public. This is an overview slide that shows the 3 areas or main areas of changes to the site plan that I'll go through now, starting at the north. Originally, like staff said, we had a 20-foot setback in this location, and we increased that to make sure that any future development to the north wasn't restricted given its now proximity to residential. Now, in front of the commission, one of the commission members had concerns that proximity, which was originally 20 feet, then we made it 35 feet, from a practical standpoint, still gave rise to practical concerns about that residential to industrial. So that resulted in an additional increase to the 50 feet to address that concern. Heading south to the central area of the site plan, we got a lot of comments about a reduction in unit count and adding open space. So we tried to do so in a thoughtful way that we could achieve both aims with changes being made. So this is a good example of that, where by reconfiguring the area around the clubhouse, we eliminated units while also adding thoughtful and usable open space. And then since commission, at the very last commission meeting, there was a recommendation to study this specific area in the south portion of the site to see if there could be a reconfiguration there to add additional green space, and we have made that change as well, as shown on the right-hand side. Throughout this process, we've been adding landscape trees and shrubs throughout. We're now exceeding code by 60% of trees and almost 300% of the number of shrubs required. There are also off-site landscape improvements that we'll be doing as part of the old Deerfield Road enhancements. This includes safety, lighting, and signage improvements to the police station property. As mentioned, Old Deerfield Road will be widened and a left turn lane added with accompanying improvements to the crosswalks and sidewalks. We've also agreed to add an access point to the police property that they had requested. And it should be noted that this left-hand turn lane is needed today and will have significant traffic improvements, which we'll see later on the next slide, or a later slide. Before the last PDC meeting, we had heard from staff there was concern about the landscaping adjacent and to the west of the bluegrass that was raised by the operator of that restaurant. That landscaping is currently located in the public right-of-way, but we agreed to work with staff and its Public Works Department to figure out how we can accommodate that landscaping during final engineering as we're finalizing the area of the public right-of-way with staff and their consultants. Here's a summary of the traffic study. We have a representative from KLOA tonight. This was reviewed by the city's independent traffic consultant, Civil Tech. It demonstrated that the surrounding roadway can support the traffic that will be generated by the development, and that takes into account future anticipated growth in the area. We also agreed to other off-site enhancements requested throughout the process and approved by staff. This includes pedestrian improvements and crossings, as well as the bike shares and signs. These are all consistent with the MOVE HP policy. The following are some renderings of this new community. This is from the entrance on Deerfield and shows the generous spacing between the buildings and the thoughtful, ample landscaping. This is another view of the community once you're inside. And this, a lot of these were covered by staff's presentation, but the proposal does come with significant benefits. The public benefits that are required due to the request on the height increase are listed on the left-hand side of the slide. Most have been detailed throughout the presentation and our presentation, but include public access and parking as well as off-site improvements. But shouldn't be ignored that the project also comes with significant community benefits, which, while they aren't public benefits for purposes of the code and height relief, are still important and shouldn't be overlooked. These include desperately needed affordable housing units on site, increased real estate taxes, which are currently at less than $1,500 annually, temporary and permanent jobs, and various on and off-site improvements, some of which, like I said, are needed today without the project. That I mentioned that we have all of our consultants available for questions, and really appreciate your time and consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. I'm on. Okay. Thank you so much. And I want to basically say thank you to everybody who's here. Thank you to the Plan and Design Commission. Thank you to our staff. Thank you in particular to all of you for your thoughtful input, your patience, your participation. This project has vastly evolved since it was first introduced, and it's because of you. So I want to thank you all thus far for your time, and I think we're going to have some more time together discussing all of this. And thank you as well to my council colleagues, because I know that they too have spent an unbelievable amount of time reading emails, reading this over 1,000-page packet, and preparing for tonight's meeting. So thank you. I have several questions. Katie, I don't know if you're the one to ask, or Joel, maybe you could also be up there. I have a lot of questions, and let's go. Then we will move on to my colleagues and then to the public. Thank you. I got to say, I don't love the split zoning. Can you explain why we have R7 in part and RM1 in part? And I understand the I, that seems a little too cute by half, to be honest with you. Not really necessarily in the spirit of why we have zoning. So can someone explain to me why we have all these different zones in one project?
The applicant has proposed this split.
You gotta, there you go.
Is it on?
Now,
Okay.
yes.
All right. The applicant proposed a split zoning request here that, as I had indicated earlier, divides up the property into 3 parts. The smallest of which is that I zoning strip. Essentially, that's a regulatory buffer to the properties to the north. It just changes
It's
what the
basically to
regulations.
get around setback requirements.
For the properties to the north, not for the development being
Okay.
proposed.
Got it.
The development
Because
being
those are like
proposed compliance,
zero at this point.
correct. So
Okay.
what this, and the applicants speak for themselves, but from a zoning perspective, what that I strip does is ensures that the properties to the north, the commercial properties, do not have to address more restrictive setbacks and zoning requirements. So it does not change the requirements for their property, though. Okay.
And then the R7,
The R7, so in terms of zoning, this is just a step down zoning technique. You've got the RM1 where the developed area is by and large, and then R7 for the open space area. And then there's a residential zoning district across the street and to the south. It's essentially just a zoning buffer between the developed area and the otherwise already existing neighborhood zoned R6 and such.
so transitional zoning.
It's transitional zoning, yes, and that's not an uncommon thing to do. In this particular case, the R7 zoning area is by and large coincides with the open space that's going to be restricted by covenant anyway.
Right.
So all land in the city must be zoned. All zoning districts allow for some type of development. There isn't a zoning district that doesn't allow anything. It's by law, it has to allow at least one use. So the operative controls here, although the zoning is different, is that the covenant would prohibit this from being used for other than open space and the particular exceptions to that that have been proposed, such as the tot lot, the walking path.
Okay. And does it make sense to have a conservation easement? I know there was the 1965 easement, but the restricted covenant, conservation easement, maybe explain what.
So they're proposing a conservation easement for the property. We do have a covenant that involves that 100 foot buffer along ridge. Staff has proposed not to remove that. The applicant had indicated that they would like that removed. We respectfully declined, but instead that would propose respectfully that the city be open to amending it such as to allow for what's being proposed here in terms of that area along ridge. And then it would also need to be amended to allow for the entrance point to be 158 feet
Right.
from the intersection with ridge as opposed to 200 feet. And the reason for that has to do with improving the traffic flow and circulation, not making it worse. And I would defer to the applicant's engineer on that in terms of its traffic impact and why it's necessary to be located where they're proposing.
Okay. At some points, there were talks about 3 phases, but then I was reading in attachment 22 that there are no phases. So is this whole thing planning to be built all the way, or are we back to phases? It's not clear.
So that's a great question, and it's a question for all plan development. So what we seek in plan developments is one continuous phase, but the reality is that phase is going to have 3 parts. Now, the applicant in their application called it 3 different phases. I clarified that with the applicants, and it's essentially not simultaneously development not simultaneously going to occur in all places within the site, but rather in stages. So view them as stages. One to occur right after or overlap to some degree with the preceding one. So we're going from stage 1, 2 to 3. So you're going from the entrance point from Old Deerfield at the top part along the north, then to the middle, and then to the southern part. Importantly, the initial sequence there does include the amenity structure, which is the clubhouse and pool amenity. That is important in making sure that that's on the early end of even a continuous phase project, because it will take between 18 and 24 months realistically to complete the entirety of this development.
So recently, we just approved the completion of townhouses, Laurel Park development that had been started over a decade ago. Is there a way to guarantee that this will be taken from phase 1 to phase 3 in appropriate amount of time and completion? Or are there protections that we can have that if, heaven forbid, something happens, that this area is brought to a better, more accessible to the community, green space while we're waiting, just like we did at Laurel Park. Laurel Park basically was a park, and now it's going to be completed with townhouses. What kind of guarantees do we have if something slows down the production of this?
So as part of the development agreement, we will be negotiating terms in terms of the phasing of this project. Again, 1 continuous phase and 3 sequential parts, we would say, with some time parameters as well can be included in that, so that we would have some regulatory oversight of that. And we will look at including some type of understanding of the undeveloped areas, what they will be, how they'll be treated during the development. So for instance, you have the initial part of the phase that will include the northern part of the property that includes the pool house and amenity structure. That's something that we talked about early. It's that would need to be in the front end of any development, so that if those homes are then occupied while they're still constructing the rest of them, they benefit from that part of the development and don't have to wait till the last part of the development's inclusion before getting that amenity. That's an example of making sure that there are provisions included in any such agreement. We'll look into, Mayor, what other types of provisions can be included. We do have what are called requirements related to what are called letters of credit, so that foundations can be pulled out and such that are not fully completed. We'll look at what we can do in terms of those types of provisions for just the remaining portion of a development should the phasing slow down or discontinue, so that it wouldn't be looking like something that's left undone, like you're saying.
Okay, thank you. This project is a great catalyst for Briargate. It's not just this project, but this place that we've been working on and since for over a decade. How can we make this neighborhood more than where it has been? So I'm going to ask questions that may or may not be directed to the applicant, but also to staff, because it's clear to me that in addition to the project-specific questions, there's a more holistic approach that needs to be considered in addressing the incredible amount of information that we got from the neighbors' emails. So bear with me, because this is really in no particular order. Obviously, traffic is a tremendous concern to everybody. We prioritize public safety, and I'm going to be asking several questions along those lines. But first, I want to know, and again, this is in no order, the stormwater management is not an issue from what I read. I understand people have concerns always. We always, when there's development, have questions about, is this going to increase flooding, ponding, and other issues? But from my reading, is this correct, Joel, that stormwater management is handled on site, there is sufficient capacity, and there's not an increase in impervious surface that's going to cause more of a problem for the neighborhood in terms of stormwater flooding?
That's right. Ultimately, the final engineering needs to be reviewed. It's not been yet provided, but yes, that is correct, Mayor. This site will deal with its own water and not adversely affect its abutters or any other property owners.
And we have confirmation from the Lake County Stormwater Management Commission to that effect, right? Or something that says
Lake
that?
County, they did provide their comments, and they will be included in what has been proposed.
Thanks. In terms of the traffic study, it wasn't clear to me. I know at one point Sherwood was under construction. We've got West Ridge. under construction, but it looked like there's still programming going on over there. Red Oak, I believe, is closing. So how accurate do we feel that the traffic study is? And I appreciate, we've gotten plenty of reports over the years from KLOA and Civil Tech weighed in as well. I just want to know, from staff's assessment, do you feel that this is an accurate reflection? I mean, obviously, the traffic over there varies hugely by the time of day. I had a kid who went to Ravinia Nursery School, so I've been there morning, midday, afternoon, driving with schools and all the traffic. I'm well aware of how things get really crazy at certain times of the day. How accurate do you feel that the traffic study is in terms of our decision-making?
What I can say, Mayor, is that the traffic study and all traffic information, there's numerous iterations, was provided to our third-party consultant, Civil Tech, for peer review. And they reviewed them, and they provided comments or no comment, depending on if there was an issue or not. And so the applicant did respond to Civil Tech's comments and initially provided revised and additional addendums to their traffic studies. They were also asked to make sure to include and check on the situation with Sherwood and Red Oak and Westridge. We worked with the school districts and the school district superintendent to provide that information to the applicant. They included that in their analysis, and they could speak to that specifically, Mayor. And same with Westridge. We did ask that they check that the Westridge, as redeveloped, was sufficiently addressed by their traffic study. I would defer to the applicant to get into the details, but yes, those things were actively engaged on with the applicant.
And City Manager, I just want to confirm with you that both the police chief and the fire chief feel confident that response times will not be detrimentally impacted by putting this development in this location. That was my understanding from the readings.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Thanks. Like I said, I'm all over the place. So lighting, I understand we need a final lighting plan to be provided. Can I confirm that the lighting is going to be dark sky compliant?
It will be compliant with Article 6 of our zoning code, which is our performance standards that include certain elements of the dark skies mantra, if you will.
Okay.
Yep.
And heard from the neighbors many concerns regarding the environmental assessments, and I understand that there has to be an NFR letter obtained before this can move forward. Is that correct?
This, it is not a requirement of this zoning consideration, but it will be a requirement of the development ultimately. And we are proposing and do recommend that a condition of approval be placed upon this that outlines exactly that they need to obtain that as appropriate using best practices at appropriate times during the development. And that would be included in any approval documents if that were directed.
And just to follow up on that, are there notice requirements to neighbors within so many feet of the development when there are assessments being done and of those assessment results?
Or defer the applicant on the specifics on that, Mayor.
I don't know if that's a requirement of the IEPA or any of the.
So neighbor notice isn't a requirement of the IEPA. Ultimately, at the end closeout, there is an NFR, no further remediation letter that gets recorded against the property. And that would be made a public record at that point in time.
And the reason why I ask is obviously construction sites blow dust, dirt, whatever's in the ground. And I think it would be important for people to be aware if there is contamination, what the mitigation efforts are going to be and sort of what the timing is. I just think that that's being a good neighbor, frankly.
No, understood. And I think we would be willing to, work with neighbors to make sure they knew. One thing to note is the IEPA process and the NFR at completion is about the site conditions. Construction, as well as, making sure that that's not happening, would be governed by OSHA, and we would be compliant with that as well. So making sure that if needed, we're, controlling any dust during construction.
Great, thank you. It wasn't clear to me, I keep hearing that there's a fence around the whole thing, but then in my reading, there's a fence to the north, there's a fence by the train tracks, and then it looked like there might be kind of fence portions behind houses facing Ridge. first of all, is there a fence around the entire development?
It's-
I didn't think I saw that,
I
but
defer to the
there's,
applicant on the specifics, but there are fences to the north and to the east.
and I understand the fences
Yep.
to the north, obviously with the
There's
businesses.
a decorative fence, my understanding is, with regard to the rear of the homes that face
To
Ridge.
distinguish between the backyard and the wetlands, is that, I wanted to confirm that there's not a full fence around the entire development.
My name is Zach Zoller. I'm with the Habitat Company. You are correct. There is a fence along the northern, between our units and the northern industrial users along the railroad tracks. And then in particular areas for safety concerns with, people walking their dogs through the public woodland trail. We want to protect kids to be able to be in the backyards.
Right.
This is a decorative fence, iron rod, completely transparent. You can see through it.
Okay,
And it only wrap around the individual buildings.
got it. Okay, thank you. The Richfield Lane Alley, whatever we're calling the continuation of Richfield Road. Wow, there's a lot going on back there. Is that our street or who's, like, there are walls built into that road? There's parking striped into that road? It's making me wonder, where does our property end and the businesses begin? Or has that been sort of, hey, we're just kind of doing this thing going on back there?
So Richfield Road, that portion of Richfield Road, which is also referred to as an alley, that connects from Old Deerfield Road to the Spur Road, if you will, that the applicant owns, is slated to be redone by the city. That is not part of this development's project. However, through any type of development agreement, we will make sure that there is proper coordination amongst all involved.
It is scheduled for resurfacing next year, so if this project is approved, we would coordinate with them in terms of the timing of that.
Okay, good luck. So the sidewalk on the east side of Old Deerfield Road goes from Ridge to Richfield, right? It stops at Richfield, right?
Right.
Is
Yes.
is there any way somebody can be responsible for continuing it all the way up to Old Skokie? I hate partial sidewalks, and I think given the whole bike walk plan and our desire to connect bicyclists and the path and whatnot, again, this might be a city question versus an applicant question, but back to my consideration of a place and not a project, I think it makes sense that you would want to connect the rest of that area.
So the applicant is proposing for a sidewalk along Old Deerfield Road from Ridge to Richfield.
Right,
But you're talking beyond that, right, Mayor?
continuing on to Old Skokie.
Right.
It just makes sense to me.
Yes,
other
Mayor,
than
that
the-
would be a city project, and certainly we could look at that, coordinate with the Transportation Advisory Group, and then come back with a capital consideration.
Okay, and possibly that could also be a public benefit, right? If the developer needed additional public benefit to continue that sidewalk, that could be considered a public benefit.
Well, we're satisfied with the public benefit that is set forth in the
Okay.
proposal.
And just one other thing to note, there is a sidewalk on the west side
Mhm.
of Old Deerfield. It's
Right.
not the east side. And the east side does have some complications with parking and such as well for
Yeah.
businesses, kind of sometimes going into the right of way there.
It's just funky, because if you're
Mhm.
trying to ride and then it's total chaos over there, especially with
Understood.
people roaring around. So I just wondered if
Understood.
that would stabilize it to some extent. As we're talking about people walking over there, the composition of the woodland trail as wood chips to me seems kind of difficult in this climate. I don't know if crushed limestone is something that would be considered or something that's a little more stable in 4 seasons than wood chips. And do we have an opinion as a city in terms of ADA accessibility?
I would defer to the applicant on that, but what we do want to just make mention of is the trail created is intended to be something that is a minimal impact to the trees that are in that area, in that open space area. So
And
it's
crushed
think-
limestone is not good for oak trees, I know that.
So think more along the lines of what we see at like, forest district lands and things like that, as opposed
Okay.
to a sidewalk, concrete sidewalk or asphalt sidewalk.
And that area, though, is accessible to the public. That's not
Yes.
just for the residents of the,
That's the intent. Yes, that's what the applicant has proposed, that be part of the public benefit, that woodland trail, if you will, through that open space there. And that tot lot on that side, the Ridge Road side of things.
would be available to the public.
Correct?
Okay, thank you. Would a signal at the entrance help or make the traffic situation worse?
I would defer to the applicant's traffic engineer or whoever on the applicant's team is deemed appropriate.
Good evening, Michael Worthman with KLOA. A traffic signal would be warranted there, and it would make conditions worse.
Okay.
Thank you.
So everybody pay attention to the stop sign, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was a noted issue of a conflict with 1650 Old Deerfield and the trust and the easement regarding the parking. Has this been resolved? This is from page 22 of attachment 19F.
Yes, we've are very happy to report that after working very closely with that owner, and you should have a letter of support that came through as recently as today from him, but we've worked through all those issues.
Great, glad to hear it. Okay, confirming we'll be getting the species provided for plants and trees, and we'll be getting a tree preservation plan.
Yes.
Okay. Have the inclusionary housing issues regarding placement been resolved? I know we had an issue with two together, should not be like that. That's not inclusionary.
Yes, so we, and while we will be going back to the Housing Commission with the revised plan, we did work through all their concerns, got unanimous approval from them at our last meeting. And I think that with the very minor change that we'll be going back with, that they'll continue to be satisfied with our approach. But yes, they're
That
interspersed all
meeting's
throughout the
October 8th,
state.
I believe, right? October 8th, we have that meeting for confirmation of the
Yeah,
plan? Okay.
Correct.
I know the construction traffic is going to be taking the spur. Can we make sure that the construction traffic does not go down Ridge Road? Can it access the spur not taking Ridge? Does that make sense? Coming off of the highway, coming from the north?
Yeah, we can put language in the development agreement to that effect that will request that routing with from our contractors.
Okay. And just for the neighbors, I don't answer this, but I just asked my city manager, do we need to close the exit off of Deerfield Road onto Old Deerfield Road? Would that stabilize the traffic over there, or would that make your lives a living nightmare? You don't have to answer, but it was like, that was something that I got from your emails, that it felt very dangerous, and with the cars whipping off of Deerfield Road, it really seemed crazy. So, food for thought. That's it for my questions, and I appreciate my council's indulgence. Councilmember Bloomberg, do you have questions and comments?
You touched on most of my concerns, Mayor. I want to pick up regarding the housing, the inclusionary zoning plan. I didn't see an actual plan, and there were some suggestions that was to be announced, but you've indicated that you've already retained approval from the Housing Commission.
Yes.
So there
that's
is
correct.
specifically a plan in place as to the distribution of the units throughout the property.
That's correct, and they are distributed throughout the proposed development.
Okay. There was a question about a later potential limitation of right-in only, right-out only along a particular access route that would be subject to the possessor of an easement. Who is the possessor of that easement?
So that the easement that was being referred to in our response is the one that was just asked about with that the neighbor on the north side. It's that northwest corner where there's a perpetual easement there.
That's clear.
And not to be confused with the covenant that's with the city.
Yes, no, I understood that also. So in figuring out how to get traffic on and off of this site, I understand that it's quite complicated. I've received numerous emails from residents discussing many anecdotal experiences. These are very powerful experiences. I've lived in Highland Park for more than 60 years. I've had a variety of anecdotal experiences that suggest various traffic issues. I've had experience as a member of the Plan Commission before being on the council. Often our anecdotal experiences conflict with the reports and recommendations of traffic studies, which often do not seem fundamentally intuitive. My experience on commissions and on the council is that the traffic studies, although not intuitive, do historically tend to be fairly accurate in seeing how things go forward after the fact. But perhaps you want to explain why that is. Maybe somebody from KLOA wants to talk about how our experiences as residents tend to be that we see certain traffic problems existing in an existing situation. We see greater density coming. We can anticipate certain problems. You just talked about not wanting to put a traffic signal at that intersection. I understand why. I'm familiar with the traffic manual that underlies a great deal of this, but I think it would help to understand how your methodology works.
First of all, thank you for the compliment. We don't get that much, and I appreciate it.
You've gotten it from the other side from me in my previous iteration. So
No problem. I taped it. I'm going to let everyone in our firm hear it tomorrow, but thank you. It's hard to believe, but a traffic study is an engineering study. We've been doing this for 30 years. The process has been going on for 60, 70 years. There's manuals, there's guidelines, there's things that we have to follow. And a traffic study is a three-phase study. The first is we examine the existing conditions. So we go out, we observe it, we do traffic counts, we see how it's operating. We understand what's going on under existing conditions. The second phase is determining the characteristics of the development. How much traffic are we going to generate? When is that traffic being generated? In which directions are they going to come? And there's manuals that we use to determine the volume of traffic. We use the trip generation manual. It's on its 12th edition. It's a manual about this thick with different land uses. And one of the land uses that has the most surveys are residential. So we use that land use, we put in the number of units, and it tells us how much traffic is going to be generated during the morning and evening peak period when traffic is at its highest level. We assign that to the roadway system, and then we do our evaluation and recommendations, which is the third phase. And we run capacity analysis, we see how the roadways are going to operate, and from that we determine if there needs to be any recommendations or any improvements to mitigate our impacts. And on this development, we are mitigating our impacts by putting a significant improvement in on Old Deerfield Road by improving the intersection of Old Deerfield Road with Richfield Avenue. And I know you've all heard this, but the highlights of that is we're going to put the separate left turn lanes, both northbound and southbound on Old Deerfield Road at Richfield. So now you can have someone make a left at the same time someone's going northbound through. It provides additional capacity at that intersection. Another big improvement that we're doing is on the corner of the police station. We're going to make that radius, the turn, wider. We all know there's a lot of school buses that go through there. So we're going to widen that out so it's much easier for those buses to make the turn. We've been out there. We understand during the school hours, and Mary, you brought up a good point. There is some congestion out there. But typically it's for about 15, 20 minutes during those school hours, really in the morning because the schools get out before the evening peak period. And the volume of traffic we're going to add can be accommodated by this, particularly with the improvements that we're providing. We also have access at two locations, both on Old Deerfield and on the spur, which will help distribute that traffic along the roadway system. We're providing a number of multimodal improvements, from the number of sidewalks, crosswalks we're providing. We're providing sharrows because we've heard a lot about the biking in the area. But more importantly, everything we do has to go through your staff, who's very thorough and reviews it. And everything has gone through Civil Tech, which, you know, they review a lot of our reports. And they've come back and generally have no issues, no comments with everything we're doing. But you're right, sir. We run into this a lot. If a person sees an accident at an intersection, they think it's a dangerous intersection, but that may be the only accident that happened in 5 years. So there is a lot of anecdotes and things, but you know, we go out, we look at it, we look at all the crash data, we examine everything. And like I said, I've been doing this for 35 years, and we feel very confident in the study and what we've done. And just back to your question, Mayor, about the schools, we did our counts in 2024, the fall. The school was still open, Sherwood. They didn't move until January or February. The other school, Red Oak, if I got that wrong, I apologize, is going to close in a couple years. So our counts actually include that traffic that's probably going to be removed from there. And the center, we talked to the Park District. It was open, and they said their programming is going to basically remain the same, and they don't expect a big increase in traffic. So we're very confident in the traffic volumes, our projections. We projected out to 2031, included background growth. It's also based on 240 units, and you're now down to 227 units. So we feel very comfortable that our numbers are conservative. And once again, your third-party consultant has reviewed it.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, another question that has come up, and I put that to you. Had any consideration been undertaken to place greater emphasis on the northern end of the spur road as a major exit access point?
You're talking the Spur Road and Old Deerfield?
Yes.
What do you suggest more of an emphasis?
That might be a better point for the principal egress and ingress for the development, because it would be a little bit more away from the police station pinch point, so to speak.
So, and I'll let Michael formulate his one item, and this kind of is similar to the parking discussion I was talking about the conflicting views. You know, there will be access in that location. We think, you know, residents or, you know, people will use it, but in our preliminary discussions with the ICC, which governs those railroad crossings, they're actually pushing us to try to discourage its use because of its proximity to that crossing. Again, we're going to work with them to make sure that it's safe no matter what, even if it ends up being more heavily used. But I did just want to flag that we do kind of have that conflicting preference between people wanting to maximize use of that road as well as, you know, the governing body over that rail crossing.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have a portion, we expect that traffic that's going to 41 will use it. So there will be traffic that will use it. The main thing is with any development, you like to have as much access as you can to help distribute that traffic. And I believe we're doing a good job with the 2 access points that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
To also follow up on something that the mayor talked about, to be more specific about it, and this may be directed more towards staff, as this development and the traffic patterns are addressed, we as a city are hoping that the property where the former Toys R Us stores existed may be developed in the future, and that also is going to begin to contribute to traffic patterns. Is it anticipated that the way this is currently being developed is going to be able to accommodate any changes that brings in? I understand that's guesswork to some degree, but to the extent that we can anticipate hopefully something going on there, we should be prepared for that.
Right. So again, I would defer to the applicant about that particular aspect of what has been included in this versus not. What I hear the applicant say, my understanding of the analysis is that it does include background growth. Okay, so specific question of whether or not that means it includes a redevelopment of the Toys R Us site, I put that defer to the applicant on that. But what I can say is that development of the Toys R Us site it will be a planned development and will have its own traffic analysis and improvements that need to be made accordingly for that development as well. So each development essentially does start from a point of, well, what's the current situation? And in that case, the current situation would be, in theory, if this development occurs before development there, this development would be the current situation. The traffic generated from this development would be in the traffic analysis done by whomever is going to develop that site. That site does have a fully signalized intersection, as you know, to come into the Jewel, Osco, and former Toys R Us site. There would probably be additional improvements that would be needed to be made along Old Deerfield Road as well.
My last question, again, goes towards the density and addresses the inclusionary zoning. There is a density bonus that comes with inclusionary zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct. There are market rate units. Well, I should say this, if I may, there are market rate units bonuses that come with inclusionary zoning. Now, that can be utilized to increase density beyond what is otherwise allowed by zoning or not. In this case, it is the or not. They do not. That doesn't mean they don't get the benefit of market rate unit bonuses. They do, and that's how they get to around 15 to 16% of the units being affordable. But they are not exceeding the zoning density that they are requesting. The zoning district that they're requesting allows 15 units per acre. They are not exceeding that.
You anticipated my question. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Great.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Littleworth?
So I hope you'll bear with me also because I'm going to take a page from the mayor, and also it's not in any particular order, but I do have a lot of questions and some of them are follow-up also from Councilmember Blumberg. Having said that, I was on the Plan and Design Commission as a commissioner when the much larger development was proposed, and I was appointed by the mayor. And then I was the liaison to the PDC when the more industrial use was proposed. And I have been the liaison until Councilmember Ross took over. So I could not see not attending 5 of the 6 hearings for this because I just couldn't let it go, having seen it since 2018 at every single hearing. So having said that, I really think this plan has become much better over time. That's in large measure, I believe, the response by the applicant in the last PDC hearing, not before that, frankly. And it's in large measure because of the public. And frankly, I do want to call out several individuals from the public because we had a 1,000-page packet for this meeting tonight. And of that 1,000 pages, 200 were from letters from and memos from the public. And several of those are a few residents who wrote many, many voluminous memos that have been very well researched, in part because they live here. They've been here for decades. They care about this community and see it firsthand. So while we all care and have driven through and gone to things, we don't do it day to day. And when you do it day to day, you know what works in terms of a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn. And I'm glad at the last PDC meeting, it seemed that there was a lot of more responsiveness. But many of these things, as I went through the memos, going back to March of this past year, had been enumerated at every single one. So I'm glad we've made a lot of progress, and I think we're in a much better place because of it, whether that has to do with palette or whether it has to do with changing things or more green space, and I'm really glad, and because of that, I think it's a much better plan. But I did want to say that between Jim Lederer as a business owner, Michael Tarnoff, Mike Laxner, oh my God, Mike Laxner, volumes. Thank you. Ed Brill, Elliot Rosson, Eugene Goldfarb, and there are many other people who wrote in, but these are people who did several letters, and I have to get this one woman because Lisa Radin wrote in also on numerous occasions. And I think that those residents really need to be thanked, because it's not like one letter where you either did, frankly, what is kind of everybody does the same letter at one point. And that doesn't mean it's not important to us, but in this particular case, I think it was really good. So I want to thank all those people for helping to inform me and us as a body, because it really does make a difference to us. And so from there, I will go into my particular questions. So wood chip path. I'm taking it because we always say that as a public benefit in the same breath as we say dog park. Does the wood chip path go from point A to point B? And could you show me where that wood chip path is?
I don't have a point. Yeah, we can maybe.
Just walk up to the screen.
Yeah, just walk up there and point to it.
If you want to, I don't.
Or just walk up to the screen.
I'm
Just
gonna,
point
we'll
to
have the Vanna White go up.
Okay,
He's
'cause
taller than me.
Does
So
it go to from? Yeah,
So it starts there and then follows.
all the way out to, is
Correct.
that, okay, that's great. And
Oh, perfect. And then it extends north as well. It does not include a dog park, but it does include, the access will include the tot lot. And can you point to that?
but it does take you out of the development at various points.
It does.
And it is a benefit to the public, not just to the community. Is that correct?
Correct. So the public could enter the woodland path at the north end and then exit, walk through it and then exit back into the public right of way at a south end exit.
So to that point, and thank you to the mayor for raising it in terms of the texture of it, okay? I happen to be a runner, okay? But there are many people who brought this up because they're bicyclists. There are people who I assume are gonna go walking through with strollers. There are people who may go through with either a wheelchair or a walker to the ADA compliant thing. They can't use a wood chip path. So while this is a really lovely public benefit in terms of the way it looks, and I spoke to staff who said it has a very nice feel and texture and you'll like to look at it, if you want to use it for connectivity purposes and be a benefit to the public, you got to be able to use it. And I really, this is a community of bicyclists and they like to go in and out, and it's a beautiful, beautiful area. I love the green that you've preserved and you've added, but if they can't use it, other than for walking, and again, I'm a walker, but the bicyclists, the strollers, and the walkers, I think you need to have that in mind when you're thinking about this. And I would love to see something that's friendly to our environment, to your point, Mayor, in terms of whether it's crushed, limestone, gravel, that's fine, but something that is usable, not merely aesthetically pleasing, so it sounds like a really nice benefit. And I do want to make a correction, because there was a very nice point that that's a benefit we're satisfied with. I'm frankly not satisfied with that benefit. And I think I understand there is not that much required, but I also look to this, forget required for a minute. This is our hugest, most open space, and our last this is the end. This is our last big space. I want our entire community to have a benefit for it. And I don't want it to cost you a lot of money. I just want it to be something that we really can use. And so the path is one of those things. A second thing I would like to suggest is the fact that on the west side of our community, we have less places to meet. So while several times the community associations have gone to the police station, now they can come here. But there's a fee for that a lot of the times. And while I know this is your wonderful public building with your pool and your community, it can hold 20 or 30 people, and your neighbors just to the west of you right there want to have a community meeting, if they could simply make a request at the rental office or the leasing office or however it is to reserve on a Tuesday night for a community meeting, a get together. I think that would be a community benefit that would really be appreciated by this neck of the woods. Because I know when I've tried to go to community events on that side of town, that it's hard to find a place. And frankly, there are 6 seats in the Dunkin' Donuts. It just doesn't cut it. So I know because I've stood there the whole time. Okay, which is public benefit. Limits to building in the future. when you have, I was going to ask you if it's a layover for the R7 and the RM1, and you explained that it really actually is. So if the R7 is on the perimeter, and right now that's all open space, if someday in the future, and I know we haven't gone back on our covenant in many years, but if someone wanted to build, what is the maximum that could be built if they came at a separate time and asked for something, if we zone it as R7?
Let me just add, we may be zoning it at R7, but we are going to restrict use of this property to this site plan. So regardless of what the underlying zoning may be, we, the city of Highland Park, will have complete control, discretionary control over anything that gets changed on this plan.
Wonderful. So if there's an answer, I'd love that in addition to in terms of a number, but I want the community to know that we have the right to restrict it so that it is not going to be at some future date built up upon, because that, in light of the numbers that you've come up with now with the 227, okay, I think that that's something that, at least here, it looks like we're making a lot of progress. We've made it. But if there's nothing in the future to be wary of is the one question.
So as you alluded to, Councilmember Lidar, we do have that covenant of 100 feet off a Ridge Road, and that's been in place since 1965.
Mm-hmm.
And so there'll be additional restriction area that's restricted, as Corporation Counsel Elrod indicated. That represents the green open space on the west and the south. In terms of the number of additional units within an R7 zoning district that could be achieved through the utilization of that area sometime in the future, which would not be able to happen without a land development amendment, a restriction change on the covenants and all that voted for by a city council in the future. That would need to be determined by what's called a subdivision sketch plan. The subdivision sketch plan is a layout of a proposed subdivision on the land that is requested to be developed. That sketch plan is used to derive the density that is allowed. This is unlike RM zoning, multifamily zoning districts, which don't have that requirement, but the residential single family districts do have that requirement. So the ultimate density that could be derived there would be limited and reduced by the roadways that would be needed and whatever that sketch plan showed. So I just want to make that clear. So the answer to your question can be figured out, but requires a land surveyor and a layout of subdivisions that's costly to derive that.
But it
number.
sounds very limited, which I like too.
It
I wouldn't
is-
even go
it is
there.
limited.
This is the site plan, this is the restriction, period.
Well, but there have been people who have been worried about what could happen in the future, so I'm glad to hear that it sounds like it's very restrictive. That's all.
Yes, we will.
And it's restricted through us. Okay, so that's really good. Okay. Runs with the land. Okay, so question about the spur. You offered a year from now to do a study regarding traffic and how things are going and whether in fact this potential Deerfield Road thing is good enough or how does that impact? But when I read through it, it seemed like a very limited study, limited to what you've got going. And I know there are a lot of people who would much prefer to see the spur be the main entry. I know there's some reasons why you don't want it, but I want to know how comprehensive 1 year from now your look is going to be. Because if we need to correct this, I mean, I'd love to see it corrected now. But if it's not going to be corrected, I want to know that a year from now, before it's literally in cement or in stone, as the case may be, that it can be changed.
So I just want to be clear that part of the final development negotiations will be what this traffic study will be and when it will occur. It needs to occur when there's sufficient occupancy in the development, right? You don't want to do it prematurely because you don't have the impact yet, that the units haven't been filled. So we're going to have thresholds in there of occupancy to this threshold, there'll be this type of analysis, and then at the final threshold. And that's what we're proposing, Mayor and Council, and we'll have to negotiate that, and that would come before you as part of a final consideration.
I just wanted to make sure it is not limited in its scope in terms of what will be studied for the traffic in the future. It's one thing to say, we don't know, we have to see, maybe people have to move in, we have to see if it's working or not. And I understand it's only going to be one study, but I think it's a great offer, assuming it's wide open, because if it's not working, not only are we going to have this community that's horribly inconvenienced, but we're going to have 227 families that are going to compound that problem.
So just to answer the question about the scope of the study, we can include both intersections and have the same scope as the current traffic study. But all this is saying we're very confident, and based on KLOI's 30 plus years doing these studies and civil text review, we're confident it's going to work. But we just are similar to how we're locking into a site plan. We want to make sure that we're in good faith offering that look back. We're very confident, but if it's not working, we'll do a study with the same scope. We'll go through the same vetting and review process by Civil Tech, and then we will implement whatever is required, which I would say is pretty unique to agree to that type of look back. But we've been hearing the feedback, and we thought that was the best way to address the concerns in light of our confidence that it will work. One item we just wanted to clarify on the woodland path material, just because both of you have mentioned the limestone. We talked to the city forester about that, and you're right that they said not to do limestone. There are, other state, county paths with this similar wood chip material. We're happy to look at other ones. We are limited given that a lot of this is wetlands. We're trying to preserve trees, but just a reminder, that's not the only public benefit that we're proposing and saying, take that, and that's all we're going to provide. We are making improvements to pedestrian crosswalks off-site, which I think will help address that population with the stroller, certainly with children, because those requests all came directly from the park district. And we said we would accommodate them, as well as the additional parking that we're providing for the public use that will address some of those populations. So we're not trying to shoehorn it all into just that one path, but address all those populations. And of course, the bike improvements, we work very closely with staff to try to identify what we could do there, and what we landed at were the sharrows that were discussed, as well as the signage.
I just want, if you're putting a lot into a public benefit, I want it to truly be not only a benefit, but usable for people. So that's why I asked for it. Not bearing the current lines, is that just, it's a financial matter?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that the sidewalk by the police station is 8 feet, the new sidewalk. Is there a reason it's 8 feet, not 5 feet? On the one hand, I want more asphalt. On the other hand, I want less. But unless that's specifically for biking, or is there a reason? Yeah.
So my understanding from the team is the 8 feet just matches the existing. So
That's why they're doing that?
Yep.
Okay. Let me just see, because I think we're almost through. Where's the future regional benefits? Okay. And I think for now, that really is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Littleworth. Councilmember Tapia?
Yeah, several residents have in their letters mentioned also concerns about the police ability to respond to emergencies as they're intended to do, given the traffic and the new construction. So I was wondering if we could hear from the chief of police to see if you share those concerns.
Good evening, Councilmember Tapia and City Council. No, we did review my apologies. We did review the traffic plan, and we're comfortable based on our observations and our experience that we will persevere, and I think we'll be fine with our response times.
Yeah, and how about the additional supposedly easier access to Deerfield Road? What does that mean for you? Is it even better?
So we always look for options, and we appreciate having opportunities to have additional egress It certainly isn't a deal breaker for us. We could continue to operate as we are now. We feel very comfortable that we'd be fine. But given this opportunity and the development that was presented to us, we thought we've endeavored to have that and looked at that before. We thought this would be another opportunity to present it, but certainly by no means would it be necessary for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Considering the conversation that Councilmember Littleworth brought about the wood chips or the walking path versus the bike path, without knowing all the connectivity issues through that development, but I like the concept of let's make sure it connects and can be used. But, I think about the Green Bay Trail, which really provides a surface that works well both for walkers and bike cyclists. So I don't know if it's necessarily a trade-off of walking path versus bike path. Whatever the right materials would be, I would hope that we'd be able to find something that would be usable for both types of mobility.
That's limestone. So
It's limestone.
that would harm the trees, but there might be some other questions.
Something, yeah, but something, yeah. I believe there's options there. And then my final, there's been a lot of great questions that I've been crossing off since they've been taken care of. But this is just more of a general comment for staff, and it echoes the mayor's bigger question about the Briargate development. And because there's a lot that's been invested, and then there's more that we're hoping will happen there. I just would like to know how much did those bigger issues come up as we worked with Habitat about this? I mean, they're not responsible for outside of this property, but yet we are, right? So how much did we guide them or think through what they may do or not do in relation to what we're hoping may happen or what is already happening in Briargate?
We shared with them and talked with them for quite a while about this development, as was mentioned by the applicant earlier, and apprised them, and they are apprised of the full context of the area and its challenges, from the traffic aspects that they brought up and the improvements that they're making there, to the desire to make sure that we have sufficient access from an emergency standpoint, and to the understanding and the desire that the city has to see the redevelopment of, for instance, the former Toys R Us site. And that holds a lot of opportunity for development as well. Having said that, they are fully aware of the railroad crossing just down the road, and of the Ridge Road traffic situation that was brought front and center right from the beginning about that needing to be a focus of what they do and a large consideration of how this site gets redeveloped.
Okay, so that addresses maybe more on the downside, potential downsides and mitigating for that in the conversation. What conversations about upsides? I mean, what is the story that we tell our residents about the role that this development plays in the revitalization that we would like to see in that whole area?
Joel, I
Sure.
can.
Yeah,
address
sure.
that, yeah.
City manager?
Mayor, if I may. Thank you, Councilmember Tapia. It's a good question. So first, this area, as well as the former Toys R Us property and some other area than Briargate, is part of a tax increment finance district that was established in 2017. It's total about 130 acres. So since that time, very formally, but even before that time, we were working with the owners of this property, Katie and her team, as well as the owners of the former Toys R Us property, and ideally looked at a master plan development. So is there something that we could do for a master plan redevelopment of these two project areas? We continue to work with both properties. And as you know, we've talked this evening about the different iterations of types of land use zoning, particularly for this. So they've been, I'll say, a little bit more aggressive and motivated to have this property redeveloped by presenting several formal plans for consideration. The property owner for the former Toys R Us site is very interested in redevelopment, but have not found a viable use of something that is, satisfactory to zoning and would complement the entire area. They are aware of this development, and they do feel that it would be beneficial for further marketing and enhancement of that site. And then again, as Director Fontaine indicated, we're going to continue to work with them. If this, certainly if this moves forward, and then look at a redevelopment plan, and then look at that plan as in consideration of this site development as well. So they complement each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. Like Councilmember Lidauer, I would also like to thank the public because it was hugely educational to read all your letters, and thank the PDC for tough questions that they asked. I appreciate them too and their time. And I'd like to ask, can you put up the site plan with the 3 circles around additional green space?
Okay. Are these the,
No, that you noted 3, or maybe it was the applicant that noted 3 green spaces. Was it part of their
okay, it's
application?
in, yeah.
Um,
Assistant City Manager Jason is going to pull up their presentation. It was in theirs that, I think that's what you're referring
Yeah.
to. Yep. So let's take a look there. Okay, thank you.
And while you're doing that, I'd just say that
Page 7.
you're not able to.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there we go.
I am the newer liaison to the PDC. I had to jump right into this project, which had already had, I believe, 2 meetings. And I really appreciate that my colleague, Councilmember Lidauer, was so interested in continuing that she went to all the remaining meetings for this project. So I was liaison for the last 4 PDC meetings. And to her point, it really was at the last, the 6th meeting that it felt like we finally saw real changes. And first, I want to say it took several meetings, but thank you to Habitat for eventually listening to my suggestion to get rid of the road between the clubhouse and some units so that you could expand on the green space. That's that middle circle there, to make the whole center a park. Thank you for listening to that request or that suggestion, and thank you for also listening to my suggestion of replacing the road at the southern end, that 3rd circle where you took out a road and you put green space. Your first response was that emergency vehicles needed access to the center. Then the packet said you couldn't make the center green because it impeded deliveries. Then you went and added the park. And I think making the site greener helps make it feel less dense. And for residents in the neighborhood who might, I won't say this about residents, for anyone who might say the main issue is traffic, I think the original plan, as PDC said, was a sea of parking, and anything that makes the experience of the site nicer is better for the entire neighborhood. I want to, this is also going to be a little random, as the mayor's was, R7 for the wetlands. I wrote down here what Corporation Counsel told me was the appropriate way to ask this. A commitment from, I'd like to see a commitment from the developer to allow that land to be used as open space, and that the way it is used would be at the sole discretion of the city. That would be great. That's what I'm hoping for. I asked the same question that the mayor did about phasing. As liaison, I saw what happened with Laurel. The developer answered that I asked that at one of the PDC meetings. The developer answered that they are anxious to finish the entire project, extremely anxious to finish the entire project. And I think that having been shown the sequence of the phasing, I'm comfortable with that. And I did ask, I can't remember what the answer was, about the developer paying for all of the permits up front, just sort of skin in the game to finish this project. Traffic, I have asked that there be an agreement with Habitat that if Civil Tech and KLOA are wrong in the end and nobody is perfect, that Habitat is part of the solution, that the answer does not come on the back of the city financially. I appreciated KLOA's explanation of their methodology. That was helpful. But it, again, I don't know that it accounts for accidents. And that's something I heard in the letters and speaking to people, that if just a couple of accidents and everything is backed up. So I did ask the city manager about having a plan B. And since we are starting the master plan work, I think we have talked about this a little bit here just now. I would like to see the Toys R Us parking lot circulation be part of that. I wish that had, that conversation had started well before. I am concerned, I'm going to throw in there that if there's, God forbid, a big fire or mass event, that with everyone running and driving to the north, that police and fire need access. If a mass terrible event happened on the southern end of the site, that there could be access there. It feels like that I've raised that question before. Could there be a gated entrance that only police and fire have access to? But that doesn't seem to be in the cards. But I wonder if there could be an easement built into the agreement in the event that we decide we need it. The townhouses are butting right up to the wetlands. To excavate, you will be over digging. And my concern is that there are at least 3 trees, you've mentioned this in the presentation, 3 heritage trees that are in danger there. And I'd like to know, what forestry feels about those trees. And I have the numbers for those trees, but I saw them on your list too. I'm confused about the fence along Ridge. You know what? I don't know if this is a good idea that I've just gone through. You know what? I will go through all of it. Maybe you've made a list of my questions. Confused about the fence along Ridge. My initial reaction was, I don't care whether it's a decorative fence or not. It would be ugly if it isn't a good use of a fence. So it sounds like Habitat said that these are individual fences for each home. But if it separates the development from the community, and possibly feels physically unsafe in the event of a life-threatening emergency where people might need to escape on foot, doesn't seem like a good idea. Personally, I'm going to throw this in here. I keep looking at the site plan. I would like to see more of an accommodation for Bluegrass Restaurant, which feels like the only business that hasn't gotten some relief. The architecture, I'm going to go with the architecture. I like to think, I do believe that the city and our residents and Habitat would hopefully agree that better design helps both the community and the developer. The nicer the development looks, the better it is for the neighborhood, even if it is partially hidden by the trees in the wetlands. Adding more green space certainly made the site feel greener and less dense. And with that in mind, PDC rightfully and correctly focused on the site plan, not the architecture as much. But I want to throw in there that some of the townhouse groupings do a better job architecturally of making each unit look like a separate, more defined house, whereas other groupings look like apartment buildings because the facades are relatively flat, and you haven't recessed the entrance and the stairs on the facades as much. And maybe there could be a little more articulation as you've done with the front-loaded units. Page 64, yeah, you know what? I actually went through all of my questions, and I thought that would be maybe a little more efficient way to do it. But yeah, did anyone make a note of my questions to answer them?
Mayor,
Okay.
let me, if I could just clarify and crystallize the one comment that Councilmember Ross made about the 12.9 acre wetland area. What the point we talked about, and it would be great to get a commitment from the developer for this. It would be that that 12.9 acres at the southern end would be used as open space, but the ultimate ownership to whom or to what it is conveyed, whether it's open lands, park district, forest preserve district, et cetera, that would be at the sole discretion of the city.
I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
And to my other questions, I don't know which one you'd want to start with. The yeah, gated emergency access, it's been made clear over and over again in all the packets that it wouldn't materially help traffic to have an access point. But I do worry, as I said to somebody, it's a little bit what keeps me up at night, that if there was an emergency on the southern end, the only way, everybody's rushing for the northern end. And it would be nice if police and fire had a way to get in and that was exclusively theirs, or that there's an easement for the future, that if we found that that it was necessary, we had that agreement in place.
Certainly, I think we would be, or we are willing to entertain some sort of future consideration if necessary. It would have to be subject to all the other, agencies that have jurisdiction over that, including the Army Corps. But as we kind of pointed out in the presentation, it's not fully gated anyway. So I would imagine in the event of an emergency, they'd find a way to get back to that area. But we can certainly include some provision that to address that concern. But again, we'd have to work with the other reviewing agencies that have jurisdiction over those wetland areas that it would be crossing over.
And the gate that's been brought up a few times that runs along Ridge Road in the back of the buildings, it's not a continuous gate. I'm sorry, I meant to say fence. It's a fence for each house as a fence?
Correct.
Okay.
And only in certain locations. There's actually at the end in the appendix of our presentation, it looks like this, a page that shows kind of what's contemplated. Don't expect you to be able to see this. But it would just be behind, there we go, behind some of the townhome buildings, again, just to provide some protection for residents, especially when they're adjacent to that publicly accessible area in the back of their homes. So just like anyone having one in their backyard.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You want to say something?
And I somebody coming up to answer.
Okay, sorry. We just want to make sure we're very clear because on the fence. So it's not, it's a continuous fence behind each block, but it's not continuous across the entire property. Does that make sense? So it's not each unit has their own.
Sure.
but
That's what I
each
understood.
batch. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then as far as if the traffic, if all the consultants are wrong ultimately, it is possible. I'd be interested in an agreement where Habitat is part of the solution financially as well.
Exactly. Yes, that's what we're proposing with that condition,
Okay.
with the look back. And it probably, I know 1 year was thrown out there. It would be at a point of a certain occupancy and stabilization, as Director Fontaine mentioned, just to make sure we're giving the most accurate look back and the full picture.
And I know there are 2 other council members who want to ask questions. So just going to finish up with the other 2 that I asked about, the over digging for the foundations, given that the townhouse groupings certainly on the south and west ends are right up against the wetlands. You are getting mighty close to heritage trees. Yeah.
Yeah, we have no issue with that condition that the forestry department asked about those specific trees that are in the staff report. We're in agreement with that condition,
And
as well as the one that you and the city attorney worked with as far as the use of that open space.
all right, so the forestry is going to weigh in on this.
Correct.
And
We'll work with them.
and then the architecture piece, it feels like the front-loaded ones are better articulated as separate units in the group. Each house looks sort of like its own house, even though they're all connected, whereas the rear-loaded, you use these spandrel panels and make it very vertical. Look, I just was wondering if you could articulate the houses to feel like houses a bit better.
Could you be able to pull the 6 renderings?
One moment, we're just going to pull up these 6 3D renderings of the building types. I'm Natalie Viscusa with BSB Design. I'm the architect. Those are old. Let's keep going. They're earlier, yes. Sorry about that. Okay, as far as the articulation goes, so what you see on the left side would be the front load townhomes, and then the right side would be the rear load. As far as articulation, there is a 1-foot bump between where, or instead I should say, where the front door is and that piece that goes vertical to the gabled elements on the left and right side of each entrance. And so that's actually the same on the front load and the rear load. The only difference would be that bay on the end unit of the front load unit at the upper level. Otherwise, they have very similar articulation and ins and outs in the plans and massing.
It doesn't somehow read that way, but, and I guess too, that I personally like the look of the front load, the left-hand side better. That it just feels, because of the spandrel panels, it just feels like stretched, like you've just, it would feel better to me if the different floors were articulated. That's just, yeah.
It's an architectural style, and with the front load units on the left-hand side, the massing is different, the units are wider, so the overall massing is different. Those units are 24 feet wide because you do have a garage plus an entrance, and so they do have to be wider. The units on the right-hand side are 19 to 21 feet wide, and so the massing is going to be a little bit different. And then what you're seeing as far as the paneling in between windows, we just employed the rule of thirds in our design for there. So the bottom 2/3 of that end unit kind of tie together with the same siding style and then window design. And then the top third has a little bit of a different theme with a different siding material and then a different window treatment. And then kind of the opposite on that next unit. So it's just a rule of thirds, which is an architectural
Maybe you
design.
could take another look at that. I mean, I just request,
We can take a look.
yeah, thank you. That's it for me, for now, like Councilman Brundtland.
Councilmember Brundtland.
Thank you. Well, it's the benefit of going 6 is most of my questions have been answered. So thank you. I'm very thankful for that. So I did have a question though, from a traffic and public safety perspective. How were cyclists and pedestrians factored into the traffic study?
All of our counts, we look at, all of our studies, we look at pedestrian and bicyclists. Based on feedback that we heard throughout the process, we prepared a whole separate memorandum on all of your infrastructure that you had in the area and what we're proposing and to improve it and the impacts of the development on that. And that went through your third-party consultant and they agreed with the findings of the study. Just as a reminder, we are putting the sidewalk along the east side of the property or the east side of Old Deerfield Road. We're putting sharrows in on Old Deerfield Road as well as the access road, as we heard from the bicyclists. And then based on discussions with the Park District, we are putting crosswalks at 3 locations outside of the immediate site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So As someone who served on the Plan and Design Commission for 3 years, and as someone who tuned into the PDC meetings regarding this project, I want to start by saying how much I appreciate the time and effort expended by the PDC Commission members on this project. In fact, it was during my term on PDC that the initial proposal for the trucking facility on this property came before PDC and was subsequently voted down. It is important to note that there were 6 PDC meetings regarding this project. During that time, many good points were raised, both from commissioners and members of the community, over concerns about the project dating back to April 1st of this year. What transpired during this time was the epitome of community engagement and public service, along with compromise on behalf of the applicant in numerous respects. Most of them have already been touched on, but again, the density and the number of units, all setback relief originally requested was withdrawn, site plan changes to green interior spaces, and inclusion of fencing along the western side of the property. I want to thank everyone that has written into the city and have expressed concerns. Please know I'm considering all of them. For all of you that have taken issue with the traffic externalities, I find it important to note that the applicant has conducted a traffic study, which was reviewed by a traffic consultant of the city. The city's traffic consultant raised certain issues which have been addressed to the satisfaction of the city's consultant. I also want to highlight that, as I understand it, that the applicant has also offered as a condition of the application to undertake the subsequent traffic study post-completion of the construction, which will then also be reviewed by the city's traffic consultant. As it stands before us, there is not data that rebuts the findings of both the applicant and the city's traffic consultants. With respect to whether these will be rental or owner-occupied units, I've heard negative comments around rental units. But I think it is very important to note that amidst high interest rates and even higher property land values in Highland Park, to the extent that these will be rental units, this will provide a more affordable access to our community by both young families, seniors, and others who would otherwise be precluded from joining our community. I'm also encouraged by the 34 affordable housing units that are included in this plan, as this is in alignment with our city's commitment to affordable housing. Additionally, in the interest of public safety, the applicant has revised this application to include additional crosswalks at 4 separate locations. There are several positive benefits to this proposal: new families and community members, additional patronage to our local businesses, new students in our schools, turning this large piece of vacant commercial land into an additional development of our community rather than the trucking center in their backyard. This is also an incredible benefit, in my opinion. No project is perfect, but the proposal before us, due to the hard work of many, shines a light on the positive path forward in the best interest of our community, its residents, and its businesses. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Sutter?
Thanks, Mayor. Council, I appreciate all of your questions. I mean, clearly, everybody spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I really appreciate the deep thought and great questions. I know they're great because I had them all as well. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. I echo the council's collective feelings on the usability of the path. We don't need to kind of belabor that, but I totally think that that's something that we should look at and make sure it becomes usable for ADA and stroller and for the public at large. I appreciate the discussion on traffic. I did want to talk a little bit about pedestrians more specifically. I know in your narrative you talked about providing a high visibility crosswalk. I want to understand what that means a little bit. And as I was thinking through sort of the 2 critical crosswalks that are part of this project at Old Deerfield Road and Richfield, and at Devonshire and Ridge, given the increased volume that we're expecting, can we elevate what we're putting there beyond just markings on a street, but maybe the ones where you push and they light up so that we really can see pedestrians walking back and forth?
A high visibility style crosswalk is typically a normal crosswalk is the two parallel lines that you see. A high visibility is what we call the ladder style, where they're thicker and they go all the way across, or they call them a piano key, they look like. As it pertains to the Devonshire intersection, we will work with staff on what the ultimate design of that will be. That will be part of final engineering. I know there's a lot of concerns with the curve on Ridge Road. We've taken a look at it. That curve is over 300 feet. Stopping sight distance is only 200 feet. So if you see someone, you put on your brakes, there's more than enough distance to stop. But we will work with your staff as final engineering to make sure that works. In addition, we will put the appropriate signage up. You know, a lot of times at crosswalks, you see the yellow diamond sign before you get to there, showing a pedestrian and advance sign. And then when you get to the crosswalk, you got the same sign with the arrow pointing down. We're willing to work with staff. We don't want to put this in if it's not safe. It's what the Park District asks from us. And we will work closely with your staff to make sure it's as safe as possible.
Are there, do you have, thank you for that. Are there, you know, specific instances or benchmarks where you would work with the city, whether it's here or other jurisdictions where you've input crossing signals like I described?
I think what you're talking about is a rapid flashing beacon, rectangular rapid flashing beacon, RRFB. Yeah, I don't know what Highland Park's policy is on those, but it's something we can look at and work with staff. At the intersection of Old Deerfield and Richfield, you don't really need that because it's an always stop. So all the traffic is stopping at that location. Typically RFBs are put at where you don't have a stop sign control.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I do want to confirm, I know it was mentioned earlier, I believe, Director Fontaine, in your report that, or might have been Katie in your remarks, but the sidewalk that will go by Bluegrass at 1636 Old Deerfield, that is still subject to sort of final engineering and design, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
That's correct. With sensitivity to the existing landscape within the right of way, but at the same time trying to provide that sidewalk connection as was originally proposed by the applicant as part of the pedestrian connectivity improvements.
Director Fontaine, while you're there, different topic. I saw the report, sort of the response or maybe even lack thereof of our school districts. How does that align with similar other projects in the past in terms of their no comment and or, you know, sort of neutral response?
Most of the other projects in the past, we have not had comments from the school districts at all. So we did purposely, actively, proactively inquire from the school districts, and we did get response from 112. 109 did provide some analysis that was provided to the applicant that informed a response by the applicant in regards to the fiscal impact analysis. And District 113 did not respond. They're the high school district. They serve the entire community. A lot of times school districts don't reply to this because they're obligated to provide services to whatever the population is that the community has and whatever the development pattern as judged by a city council provides. Zoning codes are to provide for all types of housing in a community to serve the needs of a community as well as the business needs of the community. And so that's my comment on that. And we did reach out and we got some feedback from them. And so beside that, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The lack of requirement, or I guess waived requirement for loading spaces, help me understand a little bit. I think you made a comment that it's not necessarily relevant for this type of project.
It's like an artifact of our zoning code. Yes, it is a requirement. I don't see how that would be applicable to the buildings that you're seeing here. I mean, they're townhouse buildings. I don't really.
Even if they're rental units, which we'll see more turnover and
yeah,
you know, more velocity of people in and out.
Yeah, no, I don't see that as as necessitating a loading dock. That would be awfully awkward to include loading docks throughout here, and I don't see that that's necessary. The controlling HOA or property management company would deal with move-ins and move-outs like is typical of most developments like that, if they're rental or otherwise.
Thank
Yes.
you. Mayor, thanks for bringing up the lighting. I was going to bring up the same thing. I know there's been some concerns with the Toys R Us parcel and the impact to sort of the surrounding residents around there. So it sounds like we have a good plan there.
So a couple of things on that.
Yeah.
Yes, the applicant did say that they would revise and provide their plans and lighting specifications in conformance with our code. And staff do recommend a color correlated temperature of 3,000 Kelvin, not to exceed that. So that's a standard recommendation for plan developments, and we've been consistent with that for years.
Thank you. Couple things on public benefit, and then I believe my comments or questions are done, again, given the great line of questioning that we already had from the rest of the council. We talked about the PD. The 12 spaces on the spur, like, help me understand what the utility of those are going to be a little bit truly to the public.
They can be used by the property owners and others that are in that commercial district to the north. They may not be right next door to where they are, but certainly they can serve employees. They could then walk to the place of employment from there. Currently, there are none, and this does provide additional parking in that area.
I know Katie's report, talked about spillover a little bit, right? So is that part of it as well? It's just sort of trying to alleviate kind of the impact overall and provide additional.
Not to my knowledge, no. The spur road is not to provide overflow parking for this development. As a matter of fact, this development is designed to contain all of its parking on site, given its context. And through the 6 meetings that were had at the Plan Commission did ask for a reduction in the parking within the developed portion of this site. The 12 spaces outside that on the spur road were separate and apart, and they were discussions with staff as well as the applicant regarding public benefits. There's a cross-access easement that will allow for the public to use that spur road to go out to Old Deerfield Road. There'll be additional parking along that road, as well as the 14 spaces near the police department. Those are the parking-related public benefits.
Councilmember Center, if you go to the end of Ridgefield Lane, I guess it's called, it has been turned into a parking lot for one of the businesses. So as that opens, it will give those cars a new place to locate for that business.
Thank you. Recognizing that the applicant, has proposed public benefits that they deem to be, reasonable given the variations that have been requested. I do have one more request of the applicant, which is, in the spirit of continued commitment to green technology and environment, I would love to see 4 to 6 EV chargers in public space, in public use space, public parking spaces for the benefit of the community. So if you can think about that or respond to that, that'd be terrific.
And you'd like that within the development, right? Not up on the side.
Correct. Within the development.
Yep, we can accommodate that.
Thank you.
And I just to clarify my spillover comment, it was more just trying to explain kind of the tension that we were hearing at the commission between wanting more parking from some of the people in the neighborhood who are worried about that versus the commission wanting us to limit the parking. So just trying to balance those. But we are confident that we can accommodate all parking generated by this development in the garages and surface lots, and then or surface parking, and then the 14 spaces that we would propose for use by the police station would be for that, not for our residents or their visitors. And the same thing on the spur road.
Thanks, Katie.
But yes, on the EV.
Perfect, thank you. Let me just make a couple of closing remarks, if you don't mind, Mayor. I appreciate it. So it's already been said, but thank you to all of you for being here and being engaged in this whole process. I mean, it's such a critical part of what we're doing here and receiving your emails and hearing your commentary and soon to be more commentary is really very much appreciated. And please know that we all up here, don't take that lightly, and it really helps to make projects like these that much better. Appreciate the city staff, countless hours spent on this project over the past year. I grew up in the Red Oak area. My parents are still there. It's really an exciting opportunity here as we're thinking through the potential future of this parcel, the potential additional redevelopment as this keeps going with the Toys R Us parcel and just the continued focus on Briargate. I think the overall potential and catalyst that this could provide for us as a community and the continued connectivity of the west to the east and continued focus on enhancing vibrancy and commitment to the growth of our community is really what I think is potentially exciting here. I fully recognize that we all have our own opinion on what's idyllic, what we want in this space, what it should look like, what it should feel like, how it should be. And I think we all just need to remember that we are one community and we're trying to do the best we can for each other to make Highland Park as best as it can be. And I think we're all bringing really great ideas and great perspectives. And it's impossible to have everybody get everything they want. And again, that's why this process is so critical. And I'm just so appreciative of everybody's commitment and focus all the way around all stakeholders. So thanks for the time. And
Councilmember Ross, so do you have an additional question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Oh, yes. Thank you. I want to, first of all, reiterate my thanks to Habitat for incorporating the suggestion for Central Park and the green space on the southern end, which is on axis with the Central Park. And I'd like to add my voice to the, which I didn't in my previous comments, to the, I think, very intriguing, good suggestion that the north access road be encouraged as a more favored access road. I think that should be explored more. And a real investment made in that road. I would also like to ask, is it possible can there be more discussion with neighbors around the crosswalk on Ridge and Devonshire? The KLOA's reassurances notwithstanding, I do hear concern from people who live right there about that, and I'd like to know if there could be more conversation. I mentioned in my remarks, and the owner has not put me up to this, could some accommodation be made or conversation be had with the one business whose owner has spent a lot of time advocating for the north side businesses, but I don't see any relief that they're getting, and that would be Bluegrass. So I'm not sure what could something be done? Could there be more conversation there? Because it's not a great condition with all that parking on the other side of the fence for him. And lastly, I want to say that it sounds like, and I hope that it sounds like we're not taking any votes at this meeting. And that feels appropriate given that this is such a big project. Thank you.
Mayor, if we could just have for clarification in terms of what kind of relief is being requested for the businesses, that parking area that was referenced is available generally to the businesses that are all there. So I'm not sure if you could just clarify, I guess what other relief would be has been suggested.
Well, I'm sorry. There's a bigger setback, much bigger setback along the north side. I don't know. That's how it reads to me when I look at the site plan.
We are restricted in what we can do in that area. That owner or that business owner is directly north of the parking lot that's subject to a perpetual easement that we were working with. But to the city manager's point, the spaces we're providing in that lot, which will not be separated by a fence, are publicly available. So if, they have users, I also would say that I think 227 households and new customers is a great benefit. But the last thing that we had heard, again, so that parking would be available to them. But the last concern that we had heard through staff was about that landscape area. And that was new to us. And we said, of course, that we would accommodate that. But yeah, this is a great image of that space. We can't,
There's an easement.
relocate those because they serve the owner that's directly to the northeast of it. And it connects through that owner's property. So there's not really an opportunity to, we can't negatively impact that easement holder.
Thank you so much. I'd like at 10 to 10 for the public to be able to be heard. So I'm going to ask if you have comments, please line up behind the podium. And we will be asking that your comments be kept to 3 minutes, just in the interest of time, so we're not here until next week. But we absolutely appreciate all that you've done in terms of writing emails and being at prior meetings. And I'll ask you to share your name for the record, and then let's go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Tass. Many of us who live in West Highland Park have expressed concern for the significant increase in traffic that will result on Old Deerfield Road and Richfield Road from this plan. Initially, I urged the commission to limit turns into and out of the development to right in, right out, such as they have at Chantilly. I feel that the left turns into and out of the development across 2 lanes of traffic would create gridlock during periods of heavy traffic. I recently asked that at the very least, restrict those left turns in and out during rush hour times. In an earlier meeting, I mentioned the bottlenecks would also impact police and emergency vehicles response times in getting to East and North Highland Park. As I recently found out from Zach Zalal of Habitat, the Highland Park Chief of Police wisely requested that as a condition of this build, Habitat cover the cost of the construction of a driveway to be built in the back of the police station parking lot. I think it's a great idea, since a driveway that can directly access Deerfield Road and bypass Old Deerfield Road may be critical in reducing emergency response times to East and North Highland Park. Now, how about dealing with the concerns of those of us in the southwest corridor? Please include rush hour restrictions on left turns into and out of the development. Cars wanting to turn left into or out of the development can do so via the access road or the improved extension of Richfield Road. It is only a slight inconvenience for them. For those of us in the southwest corridor, we know about being inconvenienced as we are unable to make a left turn from Lake Cook Road up Ridge Road in order to proceed to our homes. We're forced to go up Waukegan Road, come across Deerfield Road to Old Deerfield Road, and then head back down Richfield Road. If the city were to permit left turns up Ridge Road from Lake Cook Road, it would ease the burden on Old Deerfield Road. Just to conclude, those of us in the southwest corridor are simply asking for some relief from bearing all of the burdens of the development and none of the benefits. If you look at the benefits that they speak of, they really don't apply to the southwest corridor. They apply to the residents of the community that they are building. Thank you for your attention and consideration of these recommendations.
My name's Dan Wagner. I'm a Highland Park resident. Just a couple of points I want to point out. One is it's just too dense, which everyone is going to say. Question is, why is the access road RM1 instead of leaving it as industrial? Won't that affect the industrial land use and what they can do? If there's a zoning issue with there being too close to the lot line, why don't we just leave that as I'm referring just to the spur road. I believe that also in the development, there are 2 school districts in this development. And that means up to 6 different buses will have to be going in and out of this facility twice a day. Just keep that in mind. And all of them will be turning left out of the development across from the police station. Well, some of them will be turning right and then turning left to get onto Deerfield Road to head south to go over to Deerfield. Also, I believe all the affordable units should be on site, not here's some money and go put some in other locations. And I also state, someone said earlier that seniors might be moving into this facility. This is a one-story walk-up minimum at every one of these units, so you're not going to be seeing seniors moving into here. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Kirch.
Sorry, before you go, I do want to ask, can someone answer the question about the industrial and the impact of the road and future entities? Thank you for raising that.
The other part of it is there a reason why it has to be 10 feet? Why couldn't it just be 5 feet? If we're just doing it for the regulatory purposes anyhow, why do we have to take away from the land?
So there's a industrially zoned strip along the north portion of the property that has been proposed to remain I-zone district, as I talked about earlier. And the spur road itself, I believe that's going to stay I as well. Is that correct? And the 10 feet strip on that spur road. So it serves the same purpose.
Thank you.
Why does it have to be 10 feet instead of 5?
You can make it all I if you'd like. I mean,
No, we want the benefit, but so we want to have a
right
strip, but why does it have to be?
There's no magic number about the exact number of feet.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Sorry, Scott.
Hi, Stephanie Kirch, Highland Park resident. I'm going to go really fast through my questions so that, because I have a whole bunch that I didn't write down on the way here. So why the split zoning was never really answered. There was a lot of, well, we need to keep a buffer and well, we're going to get to go. Then why do it? You don't need to have a step down R7 if it's not going to matter. What are consequences? So my question is why still, that was not answered. What are the consequences if the project is halted or delayed? They talked about, well, we have phases. No one said what happens. Is there something written in that says you don't have more than 5 years to let it lay fallow or anything? Are there consequences involved? The Park District, Toys R Us stuff, companies nearby, I think it's Civic Tech or whatever they're called. Do they currently think the current parking traffic is okay? Because like with the traffic, it kind of feels like acceptable levels of toxins in your water, acceptable levels of toxins in your food. It may be acceptable levels of traffic to people who don't have to live with it, but some things might be off the chart that fit your chart. Maybe in real life, that's not going to work. I give you Claby Road and 41 for years. That was perfectly fine by engineering standards as in terms of traffic numbers. But then enough people had to die before they decided maybe it's not really working in real life and we need to make changes. I'm not saying it's that dangerous. I'm just saying that just because it fits your chart as acceptable doesn't make it so for the people who actually have to live with it. Also, the police. You're having 600 to 1,000 at least more people maybe live there. Will this impact staffing for cops that we need more and they don't pay property taxes? So will the existing property owners be the ones that shoulder the burden of extra staff costs for this area? I want to know that too. And what can they do to help with that? And were there public benefits determined? What would be the benefit? It just feels like they were doing what they can minimally offer and calling it a public benefit. Also, in terms of that walkway, you can have, Heller and the Green Bay Trail both have gravel, so I don't understand why there's a big conversation about why you can't do what they do, because it's Heller, for Christ's sake. I mean, and then also they said something about controlling landscape and HOA. There's an HOA for rentals. Oh yeah, we don't know how much they'll actually be. There's no way they're going to be less than a mortgage, just so you know. There's no way. Why creativity is zero on these. They look like hallways, not streets. This is not Halsted. This is not urban. You can make some of them 2-story. Some of those strips can be 2-story. Some of them can be 3-story. They're not flats. You're not going to lose any renters. So why do they all have to look like this cookie cutter, uncreative hallway of ugly, extra tall, not in keeping with the area. And so why 3 stories, rents? Still, there's no word on what those rents are, and we still would like to know that. Anytime you don't answer a question, it's a red flag.
Thank you.
I didn't get all my questions in. I didn't get them all in.
Hi, my name is Pamela Rushaw, and I'm a Highland Park resident. I live in the Sherwood Forest area that is very near this proposed development. I've been to the majority of these community meetings that they brought up, and I can tell you that the majority of the people at those community meetings were very opposed to this proposal. And let me say that I think that the supposed concessions that they have made are illusory. I'm sorry, reducing the number of units from 240 to 227, a reduction of 5%. It's nothing. You know that they've already had that built into their original proposal, and I'm sure they had more of it built into their original proposal for reductions. Also, things like the green space that they argue is so wonderful, that is very true. Why is it being zoned for R7, which is for single and double family homes? If it's going to be green space, let's zone it as green space. Have it zoned as R7, where they can come back later and attempt to build and say, that's what it's zoned for. I'm sorry. Additionally, with all due respect, these are not attractive buildings. And if you're going to have these variances, these are outrageous, the variances. So let me say, if you're going to say that you can have taller buildings in this area, that is going to be argued to be applicable to the areas around that. So if they build, for example, in this green space area, those are going to be argued to be applicable as well. And I believe that the zoning ordinance is on height, for example, that you cannot be taller than the buildings around you. That means the height of those buildings could very well be applied in the residential areas around that. Also, let me say, I'm assuming that none of you live in Sherwood Forest or the area immediately to the south or west of this proposed development. I ask that you remember that you represent all of the citizens of Highland Park. If you would not accept this development within a half a mile of your house, if you wouldn't accept it in your neighborhood, I don't think you should accept it in ours. I also ask that the record reflect exactly how each council member, and if applicable, that the mayor votes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Kessler, 1515 Cloverdale, Highland Park. My wife Pamela and I, we moved up from Glenview. We had to live through the Glen project. Yes, it's a smaller project, but it was less dense per square acre. So if we take what the density of what we've seen here, it is a lot more dense than what the Glen was. And so just council, please learn from what the Glen project did, the Glenview, and the traffic and everything in what it really happened to Glenview in that aspect. What I didn't hear today was a lot about school buses. Didn't hear anything about in the traffic report, the school buses, how many students we're going to be seeing here. You know, I figure if there's 2 per unit, we're talking there's probably 450 students probably taking buses to and from the school. So are those school buses being dropped off the children in the unit, or do they get dropped off in front of the police station and they walk in? And if so, then there should be a special allotment to have that school bus park not drop kids off right at the school, right in the street. A little bit about the architectural style. When I saw the pictures tonight, I thought of Denver. I thought of, California. I didn't see Highland Park within any of the architecture that I saw there. So if you want to take an example of Laurel, Laurel's beautiful. Those townhomes are gorgeous. Yes, it might be a different scale as far as price is concerned, but let's learn and make sure that they look more like our neighborhoods. And again, you can take a look at what they did in the Glen. And the Glen did a very good job as far as their architecture is concerned. It fits Glenview. Let's try and make it fit Highland Park. Then the only other thing is that we really haven't heard about how it's going to affect the taxes. So not our taxes, but what is the revenue going to be brought in? I think I wrote down here, right now that we are getting $1,500 per year. What is the projected project of what this is going to bring to Highland Park? So next meeting, please have those numbers. Thank you.
I can share with you that in the agenda packet for today's meeting, that information was provided. And Annette can give you the page in a minute. And as far as the school buses are concerned, the student numbers also were provided in today's packet, broken out by projected age and school district and so forth. So.
And they go into the unit or they drop off in front of the police station?
I don't know. I think that's a school decision, but yeah, it wasn't 400 kids. It was like 62. It's like a much smaller number. So, but to somebody's point, 6 buses, I think, would need to go in.
Even if it's 60 kids.
The bus needs to show up,
In
yeah.
front of the police station, that's going to cause a traffic jam.
I can't imagine they would drop them off on Old Deerfield Road. I would have a problem with that as well. Sorry, thank you.
It's okay. Hello, Erin Kasdan, Highland Park resident. I don't know anything about the law, commercial real estate transactions, or our city
Can you
code.
please speak into the microphone? I'm having trouble.
I don't have the time to become familiar with any of those things, but I understand some things, people and motivations. Here are some things I know. Habitat is a corporate landlord. In contrast to individual homeowners who are able to build wealth through home ownership and then funnel money back into the community, corporate landlords extract wealth from our community. Their practices have negative consequences for renters and municipalities that go beyond contributing to higher home and rent prices that make it more difficult for new home buyers to compete in the housing market. Corporate landlords are solely focused on maximizing profits. They do this through neglecting maintenance, carrying out mass evictions, raising rents, and adding fees, evading taxes, avoiding accountability, and influencing policy. They place a heavier burden on our municipal resources and contribute to the erosion of community ties when residents are displaced through evictions or by being priced out and forced to move. Research has shown that corporate landlords create conditions in their tenants that contribute to mental health problems, chronic disease, and premature death. Habitat has received numerous complaints from the Better Business Bureau, and they have been involved in a number of recent lawsuits in Illinois. Look them up. Here are some cliff notes from the Better Business Bureau. This company is irresponsible with their management and maintenance teams. It takes weeks to months for minor issues to be resolved. If your old apartment needs too many repairs, the office will just stop taking your calls or hang up on you after putting you on hold. I've been trying to contact Habitat and they will not answer the phone. It's just always recordings, or search for a person who is employed there, a manager, a supervisor, and still a recording. There's more. Please go read for yourself. I want to say to you this: nothing is inevitable. We do not owe them an approval. We have city codes in place for a reason. You are here for a reason, and I appreciate the thoughtful questions you've asked, and I see that you're paying attention. Habitat is looking for access into our community. Once they are in, they will feel entitled to more profits, lower taxes, and policies that continue to add to their power. It is not our obligation to help this land be developed at the cost of the health and safety of our residents. Habitat is not the benign option they present themselves as. They have no interest in being a good neighbor. I ask you to consider who you are giving entry to our community. What do you see? Do you see a sheep or the wolf?
Thank you. Mr. Kessler, is he still here? Page 778, we'll talk to you about the tax revenue impacts of this development. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Leslie Spitzer Blesius. I'm a resident of Highland Park. I have been for 58 years. I also raised my children here, and I was a merchant on Central Avenue in Highland Park for 16 years. So I'm talking to you as someone who's interested in helping the merchants, and I might be in the minority here, but I'm also a resident of in Sherwood Forest. So I'm speaking on behalf of the revenue, the business, and everything else that this development can bring to this community. I think the restaurants would benefit as well. So I'm here because as a former and current merchant, I think this development will bring incredible opportunities for local retailers and restaurants, as well as to give current residents who want to downsize potentially, and new families who want to experience and enjoy all the benefits and vibrancy that Highland Park has to offer, as I have for 58 years. I also want to say that when we found out about the Solo Cup development, I now work at Studio 41. I'm a designer there. And I don't have a vested interest because I have no idea that we will be doing business with Habitat. However, my owners reached out to Solo Cup, to Zach, and his response time was less than a day, primarily because he was interested in speaking to a Highland Park business to support our local community. He has done extensive research in our company. He wanted to know how many people there were Highland Park residents. So I understand everybody's concerns here. I've listened to it. I just think that there's definitely more to it than just, I also want to say from the architectural standpoint, having worked with many architects, actually this design is very much in line with most of the houses that I'm working on right now. So you can take that as it may. But I just wanted to also speak on behalf of the merchants because I think that the business potential of this development is immense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jim Lederer, resident, owner of Bluegrass. As a former design review member for 6 years, I completely respect the process. And from where we started to where we are today, I think we're making some headway. I still think that my concern is the future. The future is Toys R Us and this together in the area is going to create chaos. We can control the chaos. The spur ramp or spur was used by Solo Cup for years, and it really took the pressure off of in front of Bluegrass and the police department. And I think that that can be an integral part of really utilizing access for the future. Toys R Us dumps out there, they dump out there, everyone's going to the highway. It's a much quicker entrance and egress. I've sat down with these people a couple months ago. We haven't had a lot of headway. And that's just how my relationship with them is. It's challenged. And I appreciate them trying to help. At some point, I'm sure they will. As Highland Park is investing a lot into restaurants and to businesses, you got to keep an eye on the little area of Briargate because we have a lot of business there and we've got a lot of chaos, good chaos. Traffic is good. Parking problems are good. So we need to make sure that it moves in the right way. I'd also love to hear from the city council how the 9 acres was offered and then turned down from the petitioners. I'm not sure how that actually happened, why it happened, but as the concerns from the community are, we don't want to see it developed. If it goes to the city, it won't be. So I'd love to hear how that dialogue went. As far as how this project is today, I think if this moves back to the PDC and you give them some guidance as far as what you'd like to see, the common threads from the community, I don't think are really there. When I was on the PDC or the design review, it was, how does it fit into the community? What threads are they taken from the neighborhoods? How does it fit in? You know, whether it's the roadways, the structures, the materials, the sterility, it just doesn't really complement the neighborhood the way it is. I think, once again, if you take the density off the board, take the zoning off the board, give it back to the PDC, I think they can focus on making this a beautiful project and taking this from the way it is right now to something that could actually be useful in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Julie Yurov. I live in the first house on Grove Avenue that's along the south border of the project. I'm the first house, so I'm the one whose driveway already doubles as a public U-turn. So I guess you could say I own the busiest roundabout in Highland Park. As someone who lives right next to the former Solo Cup property, I can tell you, the vast majority of us on Grove Avenue are strongly opposed to this development in its current form. It's simply too dense and the buildings are too tall for the neighborhood around it. We already live with the real consequences. After the Solo Cup building was taken down and the invasive trees were cleared, my neighbors and I have been battling pests and flooding. Some of my neighbors worry their backyards will literally turn into wetlands if drainage isn't handled correctly. For me, flooding isn't hypothetical, it's already happening. And then there's traffic. Everyone on Grove has the same northbound escape route, Ridge to Old Deerfield, then onto the highway. Add 221 units of cars, plus delivery trucks and ride shares, and it will be a choke point. Safety and travel time will both be compromised. We also want to be good neighbors, but we don't want residents from new development wandering into our backyards. A substantial fence buffer would give both sides privacy and prevent conflict. I'm not opposed to the development, but progress shouldn't come at the expense of existing families. If this project moves forward, we need enforceable solutions. A stormwater plan that prevents our yards from turning into ponds, pest control before and during construction, traffic calming, and realistic studies at Ridge and Old Deerfield, and a physical buffer separating the development from our homes. Please don't just see this as a 221-unit project on paper. See it as something that directly impacts every driveway, every family, and every property on Grove. My house may be the first on the block, but all of us are affected. So I urge you, scale this project to fit the neighborhood and make sure protections for current residents are locked in. Thank you. And if you see a car doing a U-turn in my driveway tonight, please remind them I'm no longer offering a complimentary service.
My name is Michael Tarnoff. I've lived in Highland Park for 53 years. First, I have to, the responses that I've heard so far tonight to the questions regarding the split zoning is that the primary reason for the split zoning is increased density provided by RM1 zoning. But the R7 zoning protections for townhome developers in the current zoning code are not arbitrary. They were enacted for good and valid reasons. I have yet to hear any logical explanation as to why the whole site should not be zoned R7, and then the zoning relief that Habitat seeks for density, for building height, for fencing should be treated as variances from the R7 zoning code. Also, as members of the City Council are well aware, a petition from property owners on Ridge and Grove with frontage immediately adjacent to or across from the former Solo Cup site has been signed by well over 50% of those property owners. And therefore, I believe the approval of the application by Habitat would now require a favorable vote by 2/3 of the 7 members of the City Council rather than a simple majority. It's also crucial to note that in accordance with the city code, the petition was limited to property owners with frontage immediately adjacent to or across from the property. But a very large majority of the hundreds of property owners in the surrounding neighborhood, many of whom are here tonight, also agree with the positions set forth in the petition. As the petition clearly states, the community generally supports residential townhome development at this site. Nevertheless, a large majority of those who live in the neighborhood feel quite strongly that this city council, our city council, should delay its decision for at least 30 days and refer the application back to the Planning and Design Commission in order to consider reasonable accommodations to limit the impact on the neighborhood resulting from the zoning relief that Habitat has requested regarding density, height, and fencing. One of those reasonable accommodations is a density limit of no more than 200 units, including bonuses, which is still 12.5% more than would normally be permitted by the R7 zoning. There are 3 other reasonable accommodations, but I can see that I'm running out of time. At the expiration of the 30-day period, if for any reason Habitat is not willing to make meaningful compromises regarding the reasonable accommodations, then we believe the application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you all for your tremendous tireless efforts on behalf of our community and for your patience tonight. It's going to be a long night. My name is Ann Flanagan Bassey. I've been a Highland Park resident since 1973. As many of you know, I represented the Highland Park, Highwood, and a portion of Lake Forest community on the Lake County Board for 10 years. And yes, we do, all of us who do public service face challenging and difficult land use issue decisions. Landowners, as the Supreme Court has said, have a right to derive an economic benefit from their property. And my concern is, I believe the proposal before the council is good. And as approved by both the Plan and Design Commission, and the Housing Commission, I think it will be an asset to the community by combining the housing, workforce housing, and green space. And I'm concerned that given the current zoning of the property and the owner's right to an economic benefit, I worry that rejecting this plan could ultimately result in a use that would be way less desirable for our community. While traffic is always a concern with every development, the traffic study concluded that the improvement and changes such as widening Deerfield Road, moving the access drive, and all the other things that have been proposed and you have listened and you have responded to, I think they will be an improvement. But the Solo Cup operated for decades in our community with 600 employees all arriving and departing at the same time, and semi-truck traffic making deliveries and shipments throughout the day. And as far as if there weren't traffic issues. Which we all know too well, the gap.
Can you pause her time?
Oh, I don't have much left. Okay, thank you. As we all know, can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Oh, I'm a large mouth bastard. I will speak louder. As we all know, the gap between housing costs and wages has widened exponentially since I was fortunate enough to be able to move to Highland Park, first as a renter until I was able to save enough money to buy a house. And it's been a great community. I think the affordable workforce housing that this project will provide to local businesses like Jewel and Bluegrass will be an asset. Thank you for listening, and thanks for your tireless efforts. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Swartz, and for a number of years, I was a plant commissioner for Highland Park. And I share some of the same concerns that Ann was speaking about. I'm concerned about the current zoning that's in effect right now. The property owner is entitled by that zoning to construct something that meets the industrial zoning district. It could easily generate much more traffic, including significant truck traffic. I think it's important that we all have had the opportunity to talk about, our visions, what we'd most likely would want to see if we could control this, but we don't own the property. And I'm concerned that by continually thinking about what would be perfect in a perfect world, we could wind up with something that the property owner does not have to come for any kind of variances or special permits because it's zoned industrial. And when I have heard of the ideas considered in the past for this project, they really gave me concerns, not just for traffic, but just for really not being in harmony with the way that this neighborhood has developed over the years. It's really become a different place. And I mean, we can all have things that if we could control it, I remember people talking about it'd be great to have a park. I mean, I'd love to have a park, but I'm sorry, I don't have, the millions to write a check. I'd love to be the person to do that. But I think we have to think about, what can we control? What do we have choices about? And do we prefer that this develop industrially, which the owner can do without asking for any special relief? Or have we seen a lot of improvements? I really felt that the last efforts of the Plan Commission have really improved this project. I love that there's now more green in the center. And I think that's a huge improvement. I like that the unit number has come down. And I was a renter, and I think renters need to be able to live in Highland Park. They work in our stores and in our local businesses. There's a tremendous employee shortage right now throughout Lake County. And I mean, we need all kinds of people to live here. And it's great that most of us here have been able to buy homes now in Highland Park. But I don't know if we go back to when we were 25 or 30, if we could do that. And we need young people too. So I know it's really tough to be a council person and in the hot seat, but I think we really have to think about what's within our control and what we get to make choices about, as opposed to what we wish we could make choices about, which I totally get. So good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. 3, 2, 1. Lisa Raiden. I was going to bypass this, but I made some notes and I totally rewrote my presentation. So someone had mentioned, the young girl on Grove mentioned the project should not come at the expense of existing families and housing. So I live on Heather Lane. Heather Lane is part of a loop that connects with Winthrop in Devonshire. very quiet streets, only residents go through, but Devonshire Park anchors those streets. Devonshire Park is a tot park. I don't really need the tot park across the street. We have a tot park on our side of the street. But to say it, most importantly, that our street is quiet. So all of a sudden, and what bothers me is Winthrop is indicated as a street on all of your maps. Winthrop is not a through street, and neither is Devonshire. And basically, I would like to know what the city will do ultimately to protect the residents of this community, which is called Heatherdale. It's the subdivision, and it's Winthrop, Devonshire, and Heather. Okay. And just to mention, the TIF language says that the TIF and what's being done in the TIF area should not disrupt any given neighborhood. So, Nancy? Oh, okay. I am concerned with access, the access street and the railroad. You know, I have a lot of drawings. I put something in a package, but I think an engineering study needs to be done to make sure those radiuses out of the access road are not hit by a train. Because if a car is hit by a 40-mile-per-hour train carrying hazardous materials, that would be bad, not only for West Highland Park, but all of Highland Park, Glenbrook, Northbrook, Deerfield, and Lake Forest. We're talking bigger issue. I do want to say that the parking spots for the police stations, if you noted, are non-exclusive. So I could go park there and you can't. It did say that the net fiscal rental from an income tax standpoint, if they were rentals, was $50,000 or $49,000 to the city a year. Yeah, there was tax benefit to the schools and stuff, but for $50,000 a year, I don't think it's worth it. I think it's worth helping the neighbors. I'd like to see more lead. Okay, whatever.
Only one bite at the apple.
Well, people are saying industrial, it's not zoned for this, light industrial, it's very significantly different and it needs to be said. That whole industrial trucking thing is zoned out, it's light industrial, you could have like a cube storage there, but that's not right to say that. And it's also an enclave which violates the code also.
Thank you.
Hi. Okay, wait, let me get my glasses on. Okay, and some of this you've heard before.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sandy Lurie. I live right at Devonshire and Ridge. So for me, for my family, this is a big deal. And I think I have the driveway everybody turns into. So too dense, too tall. Why didn't Habitat, hi Zach, design this to fit? It should be all zoned R7. These are townhouses. They're asking for R1 so they could smush more in. They look like urban row houses, not suburban townhouses. And the other thing is, I heard you talking about ADA. These are 3-story townhouses. Why didn't they design something with more variance so people who can't walk 3 flights anymore can move into some place like this? So I think it could have been marketed better, but there's way, way too many. The other issue that they've been a little stubborn on is the issue of turning right into the development and right out. Like somebody else said, Ken Tatz said, you can't make a left-hand turn from Ridge onto Lake Cook Road. Chantilly can only go in and out one way because of the highway. I've asked this question of the developer 10 times. We've had a meeting. What is so special that they cannot make it right in and right out? Because they're moving the access to the development 50 feet closer to Ridge. So now If you have somebody turning left onto Old Deerfield Road, and then they want to turn onto Ridge, and you've got a car coming closer right onto Ridge, right onto Old Deerfield from Ridge, crash, crash, bang, bang. So I think that should be an absolute. Right in, right out. That is the safest way to go. Not, oh, we'll see how it is. This next thing, and the most important, not the one of the most important things, is that Devonshire crosswalk. I beg you to eliminate it. They have 2 parks in the development. They don't need to come down to Devonshire Park. That path, and I know the city asked for it or the park district asked for it, that path only goes from Devonshire to Old Deerfield Road. That's it. It doesn't wind through the entire development. So you want to call it a winding path, it's not. Cars, that's the middle of the street of Ridge. Nobody is going to watch for somebody crossing over there. Yesterday, a motorcycle went right around me as I was just going past Grove. There's no way they would have seen somebody. So please eliminate that. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the work that you've done. Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you very much. My name is Eugene Novikov. I'm a new resident of Highland Park. Been here for about a month and a half now. In this month and a half, I've actually pretty much talked to every neighbor on Grove Street. So we just moved in on Grove, and our house abuts basically this property. And it seems to me that every resident of Grove Street, at least, is pretty much opposed to development in the form. And this is what I want to underscore. I think the room full of people here, the prior meetings of the PDC Commission, I've been to 3 of them, they seem like everybody's against the development. That's not the case. The people, I think, want some additional improvements, and the biggest one of them being density, and versus sort of the public benefit. Like we talk about benefit versus what's being proposed. So I think the biggest benefit is obviously that this development will get developed as opposed to being an empty lot and will be a residential subdivision. But in its current form, most neighborhoods of the west side of the city oppose it. And all they're asking is not to shut the development down, but for the city council, just like the PDC commission, to demand additional consensus or concessions from the developer. I mean, a lot of people in this room, at this table, have backgrounds in business, in law. They know that there's certain reserve built into these type of things, that it's a negotiation. Part of it has already been done with positive results, but obviously the city council has more ways to push on the developer, to not push, I'm sorry, but to negotiate with the developer to increase the public benefit. So for example, to look at the benefits, 14 public statements and, basically signs for bicycles, which is what Sharrows are. They're, pavement markings. That's, the development is the development itself, but to say that a Sharrow and 14 public spaces is a public benefit, that's just, disingenuous. As far as traffic study, I want to address something that a couple of the city council members mentioned, that, the traffic studies are accurate, that they reflect, what actually will happen. I want to say, like, when we talk about randomized studies, if you listen to the comments or read the letters that people wrote, it's people of all walks of life, all ages, all backgrounds, all professions. The comments and the letters are essentially a randomized study. It's a slice of a population, a completely random slice that shows that everybody, what one of the members of the council mentioned, is that there's anecdotes. But if you put all those anecdotes together, it forms a pattern, not an anecdote at that point. So I think everybody here is concerned with traffic, and the fact that the city contractor that reviews the study, they review it so much to whether or not the developer study was done according to the engineering rules, but not so much the inputs. So thank you very much, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to be heard? Have we heard from everybody who wanted to speak this evening? Appreciate your sticking around with us. Nobody's drinking coffee. We should have provided coffee, please. But want to thank you all for being here and for attending so many of these meetings and providing your thoughtful input. I actually do have a few more questions for our friends from Habitat, but before we get to that, I want to just say the following have been considered or located on this site. First, obviously, the Solo Cup Factory, a truck depot, I've been talking about this since I joined the city council in 2009. A community college, a police academy, a Costco, a museum, a black box theater, mixed use, hydroponic farming, senior housing, higher density housing. All of these have been discussed. I'm sure there are a few people here who've lived here longer than I have who can also talk about what's been discussed for this location. So I appreciate that there are concerns about density, and I appreciate that there are concerns about height, and I appreciate that there are concerns about traffic. But I also appreciate that there's an interest in moving forward, because heaven knows when the truck depot was literally rolling down the path towards us, we were all like, are you kidding me? That is an inappropriate use of this space within a residential area. I like that we're providing an opportunity for folks to move here who may otherwise previously have not been able to afford to live here. I too was a renter at one time, living in the basement of a house with a floor that collapsed because that's all I could afford. So I think it's important for us to recognize who we are as a community and who we've been in our past and what we are looking forward to moving forward. Having an opportunity for folks to live here in a way that's more affordable. Having something that's connected to the neighborhood is important, I think, to all of us. So with that, I'm going to ask a couple more questions. I'm happy to hear from my council colleagues as well. And then we're going to kind of move forward. Hearing a lot about this right in, right out, hearing about the possibility of a time-limited left turn out. I know we hate that. The police in particular, this is a pain to enforce, but it's something that we've all gotten used to. For sure, you can't turn right and get onto the highway between 7 and 9 and 4 and 6. People know that there are different rules. Can one of you explain to me why this right in, right out, or limited left turn is not feasible, or is it feasible? And then Steve, I am going to call on you because you do need to respond to what Mr. Tarnoff was saying.
So the reason why we've been hesitant to just immediately adopt doing a limited left out is because we want to give our traffic improvements a chance to work on Old Deerfield Road. And we have set up the development for it to be successful. And to earlier council members' points, oftentimes the traffic studies do prove out. And so we would like a chance for that because this is the front door of this development.
Okay. Density was another point that was brought up, and we appreciate where you started and how you've been able to move in a less dense direction. Curious to know if there's an opportunity for further wiggle room down to say 220. Okay. And so too the height, that is clearly a concern to people. And you know, I appreciate design and I appreciate trying to make things marketable, but to me it seems as though there might be a little bit of opportunity to bring down the height.
And I think the key is bringing down the height would create a different product type. So we've heard a lot of concerns throughout this process of, you know, this being a high quality development that is consistent with the high quality community that we're coming into. From a marketability standpoint, this is just what a couple of people had mentioned, this is the product type that they're seeing in the market right now. That's what we have to compete with. To Zach's point about the density, we're going to be in a very challenging financing market, a very challenging market in general, selling this vision to equity and debt partners. This is a project that we believe in, that we can finance. And part of selling that and that dream or that belief that we have to those potential partners is that we're going to be able to then fill these units. And we're hearing in the marketplace, talking to other people who are doing similar projects, our architect, our design team that is designing these projects throughout the community and the country, I believe, that this is what's going to be necessary in order for us to be competitive in the marketplace. And, you know, again, there's significant space buffering these from the surrounding community, mature trees that we will be preserving, Currently, if you go out there, there are poles on the site that are taller than the buildings we're proposing. So I think that the 6 feet, while critical to us as far as being able to market and lease these sites, we think is a pretty minimal request overall, while being very important to us. We were able to eliminate all other areas of relief around the setbacks. We did as much as we can to cut things, but this has been a consistent ask that we believe we need in order to make this project successful and meeting the high standards of the Highland Park community.
Thanks. Regarding connectivity to the community, and I have spent a lot of time on Ridge and looked at the Devonshire crosswalk and all of that. Whether there's a crosswalk there or not, kids are going to cross the road. I'd much rather see some sort of highlight to traffic that people are crossing. But is it feasible from the path? I just couldn't tell from the pictures for folks to walk in and walk within the community. It seemed like it.
Yes, so if you look on it's faint, but thank you, Zach. There is right at that crosswalk an opportunity to enter onto the path.
Okay, you go past the tot lock, yeah. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was open and available. Right, and then there's one at the other end. Confirming for the third time, engineering will occur, stormwater management will be addressed. We heard about concerns about this, and we fully take those very seriously. So too, response times for public safety, that's a huge priority for us. I think that's it for me. Other comments from the council? Councilmember Bloomberg.
I'll pick up at that last thing and just want to make this comment to residents who are concerned about flooding, which I've heard tonight is already a problem. The only way that's going to really likely be alleviated is with the development of the site, with the developer who has responsibility through their obligations to the city to meet engineering requirements. That's really the only way that existing flooding is going to be abated. I also want to say that the issue of density is, I hear this loud and clear. I get it. Even if the density is reduced to 200 units, the surrounding neighborhoods potentially will feel that, and I understand that. But for the same reason, the fact that this may slightly exceed 200 units isn't going to differ that impact. And I would have this observation. There's been a lot of questions about the layered zoning. I do understand the layered zoning. It provides some buffers for non-participating residents to not have to deal with an absence of a setback and to provide the assurance of retention of these protected areas. If the entire site was zoned just for the development, they wouldn't need a variance. They could do more units, as I understand it. So while I understand for technical reasons, because they've limited the amount of space on the site that is going to be zoned for the actual development part of this project, they do need to ask for a variance. Had they not limited the building zoning to the buildable area they want to use and zone the entire site that way, I don't think they would even have to ask for a variance. Is that correct? Or maybe not?
It's not so much that they'd have to ask for a variance. What they did is they made the zoning district, the RM1 zoning district, essentially fit the smallest size that essentially that was necessary.
The whole site was RM1.
Well, they would be able to do a lot more density than that. And so the step down zoning really does make that not able to from a regulatory standpoint. But more importantly, and I think what is being lost here is that the restrictions that are going to be placed on the open space, both through the approvals and the easement and all, will definitely make that be just open space.
Right.
I understand that, and compared to some of the other uses, my own sense is this is about as least an amount of density as you're going to get with a developer who can still earn a reasonable profit from the site. Whether that sounds good or not, that's the reason a site is developed. The developer does have a right to enjoy a profit from the purchase that they've made and the use of the site. So while I appreciate the potential impact that the density is going to have around the surrounding areas and how very opposed to it many people are, and I am very sympathetic to that. This is likely the least impactful development that this site could possibly get, in my mind. The phasing is of some concern to me. I'm not sure if I saw an end point at which you want to be completely developed, how quickly you expect to go through the various phases. Is that set out? I'm sorry, stages?
So if all goes as planned, and can't remember who mentioned it, it's been a couple hours, but we want to start construction and build as quickly as possible. It's not in any of we're developers, and we want to, there's no incentive for us to delay it. So best case scenario, again, this is subject to market and financing. We'd like to have construct within 18 to 24 months.
So in the past, we've had some issues in Highland Park with developments that were ultimately not completed. And so we've requested, have we requested a bond or some sort of financial assurance that if the site winds up not being completed, we can at least return the remainder of the site to parkland until some future date when it's developed?
Absolutely. That is part of our standard documentation, and we will continue
Awesome.
in this document.
Great. So I think it's also been said today and in many of the emails that we've received, there are tremendous advantages to the amount of inclusionary zoning this is going to bring in. There was one observation made tonight that I want to address, which is that a fee in lieu is going to be paid for some units that will not be built on site. That is permissible. It is a part of our inclusionary zoning ordinance. The developer is meeting essentially 100% of their obligations in terms of inclusionary zoning needs. The bulk of it is being built on the site. These are units for families, which are away from the central business district, and that is enormously helpful and a big deal in my mind. Those are my observations and my concerns. I appreciate the studies regarding the traffic. I mentioned before, I've lived in Highland Park for over 60 years. I have moved in the direction of having a great deal of confidence in traffic studies, despite the fact that they often seem not to make much sense in light of our daily experiences, but they do. They're based on more than our daily experiences, but traffic patterns within communities like ours around the country over many, many years, and have proved to be reliable. I appreciate that you are willing to revisit this if the traffic plan doesn't work. And with that in mind, I'm satisfied to proceed as we are.
Thank you. Councilmember Tapia.
Yeah, just some observations. First of all, I really value the conversation we have had as a community over the last few months. We have been at this stage of a long process with 6 PDC meetings, a couple housing commission meetings, a lot of back and forth, sideline conversations between the establishments and the neighborhoods. So this, change is always difficult. I mean, we get used to certain things, and we love our streets and the way things move, and we get used to them. So I recognize that change is never comfortable, and it always requires something of us that we may not want to do or change. So the question is, how do we find the right balance, right? Because as a city, we do desire more residents. A declining city is one with fewer people. A thriving city is one that attracts more residents, which then attracts more businesses, and it makes the businesses that already exist here thrive. It makes the investment we make in our public services, like the library and other things like that in our parks, really come to bear for more people to enjoy them. And, we want Highland Park to be a diverse city in a variety of different ways, including income diversity. And right now, there's some great development going on in the city, but it's very high income. And I really worry about that, that we want high income condos, great. But if it's going to be at the expense of middle income housing, then we start to get skewed, because we lose the diversity of this city deserves for a lot of reasons. It's the right thing to do. It makes a more enriching environment. Our children and our adults have neighbors from all kinds of walks of life. And it also diversifies our economy, because then we attract businesses and they want to reach out to different income levels as opposed to just high end. If we keep having high end housing, we're going to then end up with only high end stores. And so we need to create the business case through diversity of housing and therefore diversity of income. And this is one of those developments that actually brings in a really good amount, 200 plus residences and housing places that really attract that kind of diversity we want for all the right reasons. And the fact that there's the number of if we keep reducing the number of housing units, we're going to then reduce the number of inclusionary housing units. So the ratio starts to work against us. And, we do benefit from the higher, now we're going to have tax come from residential units, which is also good. So we're trying to find the equilibrium between all the benefits that more density brings, but trying to mitigate too much density that starts to then create overcrowding. And I know the debate has been, where is that line, right? And we're going to debate whether it should be farther down or farther up. But I feel that this healthy community process with a PDC and the Housing Commission and the community conversations, right? And the letters we got from you, and we've read everything, right? And we're really trying to find that thing that while this may not be the perfect equilibrium in terms of number of units and versus what might feel like overcrowding, it is a pretty darn good landing given the complexity of the different stakeholders involved. So with that, I believe in the professionals of our staff. I believe in the third parties. I believe in the traffic studies. I mean, these are, academically sound engineering methodologies and best practices that we rely on. And I'm like, we have checks and balances. So at the end of the day, as we land here, I think we've had a healthy process. We've had healthy debate. I thought we've had compromise in a variety of ways. I'm not declaring we have the perfect answer, but we have a pretty darn good answer that brings a lot of benefit. I think will bring a lot of benefit to the city. And so with that, I'm just going to say that I would be very supportive of this.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Tapia. Councilmember Center.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Tapia, couldn't agree more with your just overarching comments around process, equilibrium. Really well said. Councilmember Bloomberg, thank you for pushing on sort of the staging and completion of the project. Also, I think that's critically important. I think, Mayor, you mentioned that earlier as well. So thank you for that. I just want to piggyback, Mayor, on the topic you brought up around right turn, right in, right out, and left turn only. Zach, totally appreciate your perspective on trying to make Old Deerfield Road the entry point and face of the project. I also, heard Jim Lederer, who lives at Bluegrass and is there every day and has lived through, various iterations of use of this parcel, right, from Solo Cup through to today to what this could be. Make an interesting comment around the potential use of that spur, and understanding that you've made the commitment to revisit traffic following construction, within the next couple of years. Just wondering if there is an ability, sort of whether it's part of the development agreement or otherwise, to make a commitment to, depending on how that goes, to really sanity check whether the spur is a better egress ingress versus what is currently intended and designed today.
Yes, absolutely. That would be part of the study when we're looking at both intersections and how they're functioning. And if it's showing that this intersection is not functioning well, we would explore that one, or that both will be studied no matter what.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Lidmore.
Okay, so I also will support what my council members have said. I have to say that I don't think we're done yet. I think we're a long way from done yet. I watched from this dais when we were offered something with 500 units, and it was way too much, and the PDC just out of hand turned it down. And it didn't take 6 meetings. But this has become more workable over these last months. But I think now that it's graduated to the level of the council, for us to get firmer plans from you just means that our work is still before us. And I do think there are certain asks that you've heard from the community and from us tonight. And I'd like to see what we come up with, because I think it's got the bones for a very good plan. I think that this is what our community wants, which is residential in this area. But there's a lot of work still to be done, both by you and all of us. And I'm willing to move forward on that because I want to see that done. And I don't want to have it take 6 more meetings. I want to see movement. I want to see progress, because I think you have the bones of a very good project. So we need to make sure that the community is comfortable with it. I think everybody has come in here and said, this is the type of project we want. I'm not against development, and they've added on their caveat of what they think is necessary. We now know some bottom line limits. That's fine. But then we also need to know how we can work better together to make sure that people feel there's connectivity. There's sort of a bridge between the existing single family home and what you have there. There's a lot of green. I love that buffer. I think there's a lot of progress that's been made, but I just think we're not done, but we're well on our way.
Thank you. Corporation Counsel, you had things to say. Oh, Councilmember Ross, did you want to make a comment? And then we'll go to Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad Councilmember Lidauer spoke before me, because I wanted to add that I'm a little confused about the process. I didn't think we were taking, a vote to move forward quite yet. I agree that we aren't quite done yet. I believe that the site plan has improved. I would like to see firmer plans too, given that the large scale of this project, that it is once in a generation project for Highland Park. I would like to see this project move forward. I'm encouraged for sure by what I'm seeing with green space, with setback. This is definitely progress, but I think this deserves more discussion. And I think that I really don't know, history of processes like this with regards to plan and design, with regards to council. But again, given the magnitude of the scale of the project, I think it at least deserves more discussion and a little more finessing of the project.
Thank you. So Corporation Counsel, if you could talk about what is meant by approving preliminary documents and also the issue with the vote.
Right. So I'll talk about the plan development process first.
Okay.
So in the way our zoning code works, we deal with plan developments in 2 phases, so that we can look at a big picture preliminary plan, and then have the developer go back and finesse that with final engineering, and put together a final plan. And that final plan actually goes to the Plan Commission first again, before it comes back up to the City Council. What you'd be looking at and what you could do, obviously, and let's make this clear, nothing is on your agenda for approval tonight. There are no documents. There's nothing for you to approve. At most, you can direct that the staff in my office come back to you with plans and draft agreements that show the things that you've asked for tonight and that the developer has agreed to, so you can see what some of those things look like in writing, such as the construction requirements and the other sort of tough development standards that we put in our documents and that we will make sure are in these documents. You could ask that all be put onto a future agenda with whatever revisions to the site plan that were heard tonight that could be incorporated. And that could be on your next agenda for approval, but only preliminary approval at most. And then it would go back through the process for final plan approval. So one of the things you may consider tonight is directing staff and the developer to put together a revised package and preliminary approval documents for, it won't be for your next agenda, which is next Monday night, but it will be perhaps the second meeting in October or some meeting in November where we'll have those documents for you. That's something that you consider. But before you do that, let me talk to you about the petition we received today. We did receive a petition from neighbors that, if valid and if in accordance with our code, would trigger a supermajority vote. That means 5 out of 7 of you when you are voting on the rezoning documents. That wouldn't be part of the preliminary package either. And it certainly is not that supermajority vote is not in place for anything you would vote on tonight in terms of directing the staff to prepare documents. I do want to mention one other thing. The petition we received, while framed as a zoning protest, is actually requesting approval of the proposal, but subject to conditions. Conditions that we've already heard are not that are not acceptable to the developer. So I'm going to treat this as a zoning protest, that if it is valid, if it's signed validly, if it does measure up, and it's a very complicated and complex calculation process, we're gonna conduct that analysis. If it does, we'll let you know if it triggers the supermajority vote. But again, if you were to make a motion tonight to direct the approval or the drafting of documents, that requires a simple majority.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so Mayor, I think I'd like to move us forward along the lines that have been suggested by my colleagues, and I'm going to make a motion asking staff to draft preliminary revised package with the recommendations that we've made tonight and to which the developer has agreed to see what that looks like. So that's the motion to
Second.
direct
The approval.
direct staff to prepare a package for preliminary approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments? Nope. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Center,
Aye.
Councilmember Brockman,
Aye.
Councilmember Ross,
Aye.
Councilmember Tapia.
Aye.
Councilmember Littlewer,
Aye.
Councilmember Bloomberg.
Aye.
Mayor Rotary.
Aye. 7 ayes, no nays, and we'll look forward to seeing what you all draft and bring back a date in the future. Much appreciated. I'm going to recommend that our second item, the Lake County Department of Transportation project, be moved to our next agenda. And so with that, I am seeking a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all for being here this evening and for your time.